and we've got a few bits for us to look forward to. So, Io Sky taking on Rhea Ripley with special guest referee Bianca Belair. We got Cody Rhodes and John Cena confronting for the final time. There could be a surprise moment, obviously, on the road to WrestleMania, but this is the final advertised time that these two are actually going to be confronting each other. Then we've got Logan Paul. He is going to be calling out AJ Styles, which is a bit weird because AJ Styles has been calling him out, so I don't quite get that. And then Jimmy Uso takes on Gunther. I just want to read that Logan thing because that doesn't really make sense to me. It says, after several explosive confrontations, animosity has quickly intensified. What will the Maverick say when he calls out the phenomenal one? So there we go. Logan is calling out AJ Styles, and clearly they're heading towards a match at WrestleMania. So, yeah, I mean, that match is not official, but we're clearly heading in that direction. So, the big talking point is obviously around John Cena and Cody. We don't know if The Rock's on the show. There are plenty of rumors doing the rounds. I think the reason why there's a bit of excitement out there is because it was reported that The Rock was going to be at one of these European Raws. He hasn't been on any yet. This is the last televised European show. So, I mean, it really is now or never if The Rock is going to feature. And so, you know, there's a bit of excitement out there. There's people saying that they've spotted him and all that kind of stuff. So, look, we'll have to wait and see. There's nothing that I've seen, right, that says this is happening, The Rock's going to feature. But equally, you know, I just haven't seen anything. No, there's been no word or anything for a few weeks now in regards to The Rock and, you know, if he's going to feature on these shows. But go back a few weeks and there were rumors doing the rounds that he was going to be on one of these Raws. It was Raw specifically, not SmackDown. It was Raw. So we've seen two European Raws. As we said, he hasn't been on either of those. So it really is now or never. So that's the latest on The Rock. There's nothing to update, unfortunately. Nothing concrete. No news coming out of the dirt sheets that he's going to be on the show or not on the show. There's just no word on that front, unfortunately. So we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to see as to whether he shows up. Right, let's get into the chat. I like to jump in as quickly as we can. Let's move this over here. Get the speech thing going. Okay. Let's go.
Connor Rigby. Daze, do any of these 7 new the WWE stars to join Raw? Roxanne Perez, Ethan Page, Andrade, Rusev aka Ella Knight, Bianca Belair, Cody Rhodes. Do you agree on any of those 7 moving to Raw?
Well, Roxanne Perez, yes. Ethan Page will eventually, but I don't see that being now. Andrade can move in a draft. Rusev, meant to be later this year. LA Knight could move in a draft. Bianca Belair could move in a draft. Cody Rhodes. Cody's interesting because they use him on Raw pretty much as much as they use him on SmackDown. Like, he tends to... I mean, this will be the 3rd, if not 4th, 5th week in a row he's been on Raw. So, I think they just use him on both shows, to be honest. It really just depends who he's feuding with. So, yeah, to be honest with you... like, with a draft, anyone can move, can't they? And there will be a draft, apparently, after WrestleMania. The Rock usually drops something on Instagram, said Toby, so I can't see it happening. Do we think there's a chance that Rhea will win? I think there'll be a screwy finish. I mean, I don't think she wins because I don't think they're going to want to change the title back again and move the title around. So I don't think she wins. I'm thinking it's going to be a screwy finish. I'm expecting it to be a case that it's a screwy finish and we end up getting the triple threat. One way or another, we're getting the triple threat. We all know that. But it's just how do we get there? So because we've already done a title change, I don't know that we would change it back to Rhea now. I suppose we could. And then I suppose EO could be upset and EO then wants to be in the triple threat. But I don't know. I think there'd be some pushback on that, to be honest. I think there's a lot of EO fans that would be very disappointed that she only got that title for a few weeks. And it was really just a way to get her into the match. So I wouldn't go that way. I wouldn't change the title now. I would keep it on EO, but clearly something's going to go down that's going to lead to it being the triple threat at WrestleMania. Daniel, shout out to you. See what Daniel's saying. I do like the longer comments.
Daniel Brown. Hello, Daze, first time getting to be here live.
Hello.
Love watching your content and your reactions. Thank you for what you do for the wrestling community, bud.
I thought there was something else in there. Daniel, shout out to you. I really appreciate the kind words, my friend. And it's lovely that you get to join us live. That has been a positive of these European tours, is that we've been able to kind of live stream at a different time. You have to forgive me. I mean, I literally opened my eyes about half an hour ago. So I'm still in the process of waking up. But other than that, it is lovely to actually be kind of streaming at a different time. I must admit, I will look forward to going back to normal. It will be nice to go back to like a regular schedule, the schedule that I know. But yeah, it is really cool to be able to sit here and chat with some people that maybe can't normally join us. So Daniel, shout out to you, my friend, and I really appreciate the kind words. Right. KEM said, did you know a month ago when I was in the chat, I thought my dog was poorly. It's because she was pregnant. She had 6 pups, but sadly 3 have died. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, my friends. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what it's like when dogs get pregnant, like how successful it can be, or, you know, how problematic it can be. I don't really have that knowledge. But that's such a shame to hear that some of the pups didn't make it. But I hope your dog's doing well. Nothing worse than having a pet who's basically a family member being ill. Right, Kader, shout out to you.
Kader Finley. Daze, do you think we'll ever see a massive collab show between all major wrestling companies?
No. No. We've never seen a massive collab show. I mean, if we go back to the 90s, there's no collab show between WCW and WWF. And, you know, people could say, well, they weren't around very long at the same time, kind of a thing, you know, all things considered. And that's a fair argument. But then I would say, well, when TNA was WWE's biggest rival, we didn't see a collab show between them either. So, you know, if you think that you had WCW in the 90s, if you think that you had TNA in the 2000s, basically number 1 and number 2 just don't work together. So, you know, we didn't see it in the 90s with WCW. We didn't see it in the 2000s with TNA. We haven't seen it in the 2020s so far with WWE and AEW. So, you know, there's a little period of time there where we can say that number 1 and number 2 have not worked together. So, I mean, if you was to exclude 1 and 2, if you, like, at the moment we're seeing 1 and 3 work together, we're seeing TNA and WWE work together. And I think WWE would be willing to work with the promotion in Japan. So, you know, if New Japan was available, I think there would be something there. If there was a big promotion in Mexico, I think WWE would be willing to work with those guys. So the only problem you've got is that I just don't see 1 and 2 working together. If you remove 2 from the conversation, then it becomes a bit easier because we've already got 1 and 3 working together. And I don't think it would be that crazy to see MLW coming in and working with WWE. But again, look at the level that TNA is being used at. TNA is being used at the kind of developmental level. So, and that's the 3rd biggest promotion. So if they were to work with MLW, that would be it would be a developmental level. So some sort of big mega show that's like main roster level, no, because the 3rd biggest company we're working with is at the developmental level. And we don't even work with number 2. We didn't work with WCW. We didn't work with TNA. We're not working with AEW. So it's hard to see all the promotions kind of working together unless there's major, major change with management and ways of thinking. Maybe then, but I mean, you'd have to have major change in management. The bad blood between WWE and AEW is as real as it gets. Ninja, let's see what Ninja's saying. Let's go over here. We are in London, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that. It is the last of the European shows, but we are in London at the O2.
Ninjox. Daze, what do you think about the backlash that the Roman Punk and Rollins match is main eventing? Some suggest that the woman triple threat matches is the main event. Can the IWC make their mind up?
The IWC doesn't speak with one voice. It never has. So what I would say is, as much as there is backlash, there will be just as much praise. So I haven't seen much backlash, to be honest with you. So if you're telling me it's out there, no doubt whatsoever you can find it. No doubt whatsoever, right? But the reason why you can find it is because you've got, thousands and thousands of people online. And everyone's got an opinion that they're sharing, which means that some people are going to be for. I mean, it's a percentage, isn't it? So I don't know, is it 60-40 people are against it? 70-30 that people are against it? The only thing I can say is the stuff that I've seen has been people saying Punk deserves it. I'm so pleased for Punk, blah, 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 blah. I've seen a lot of pro-Punk messages about how he deserves it. I can't say I've seen a great deal of, people kicking off saying it's a disgrace. There is one thing I've seen, actually, in that regard, and that is people talking about how none of the Rumble winners are main eventing. That's something new. I mean, you can go back through the history of Royal Rumble winners winning and not closing the show. I mean, that's pretty standard. That's pretty normal. That's kind of... that's nothing crazy, to be honest with you. I mean, off the top of my head, I got asked about it the other day, and I remembered 2018 where Asuka and Shinsuke won. So we had a men's and a women's Rumble, and I remember it being all Japanese winners. Shinsuke and Asuka, it was the first women's Rumble, that as well. Asuka winning that, Shinsuke winning the men's. Neither of them closed the show that year. So this is nothing new. The prize for winning the Rumble is you get a title match at WrestleMania, and you get to be in the main event. Our main event. We all, if we don't know by now, we should know that WWE have multiple main events. WWE want to make their wrestlers feel special, right? And one of the ways that you make your wrestlers feel special is by telling them all they're all in the main event, right? So WWE doesn't just have one main event that closes the show, right? It has multiple main events. So Gunther, Jey Uso will be our main event, right? The 2 matches that close the show are obviously main events. The women are a main event, right? And I get the logic because there's actually a few spots on the card that WWE have made feel important. So, for example, they've really bigged up that if you open the show, that's a really important spot on the card. You are setting the tone. The crowd will never be fresher than they are. They are excited. They are amped up. They've been waiting months for this. You are going to open the show. And actually, we've seen some big matches in those positions. We saw Becky Rhea for the women's title. We saw Seth against against Drew, and Damian cash in. That was the opening match last year of night 2. So, they really do put like world titles in those spots. They really do make those matches feel like either big names or world titles. And so they found a way of making the first match feel like it's important. And the reason why they do that is because they want to make the wrestlers in those spots feel like they're getting something special, right? And there is logic to it. There is logic to it by saying you're opening the show, you're setting the tone. If this first match is a disaster, then it might be a bit tricky for us to kind of get that momentum going. And it could derail the whole show. And so I get the logic there. There's another kind of spot as well, and that's in the middle of the show. It doesn't always go this way, but what they have done previously, and we actually saw a good example of it yesterday at WrestleMania 24 when we did the WrestleMania 24 watch along. What we've seen examples of is they sort of build to the middle of the show, then there's a dip down after, and then they build to the end of the show. So they build to kind of a point in the middle where there's like the end of part 1, right? And that's like a mini main event as well. And then it builds to... So, for example, some people were surprised yesterday to see that Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair's final WWE match. I'm sorry. I love you. It's halfway in the show. That doesn't close the show at WrestleMania 24. It's halfway in the show. And again, if you go back to WrestleMania 8, you've got Macho Man against Ric Flair for the WWE Championship. And that's all the way back in 1992. And that's in the middle of the show. Like, it builds to the WWE Championship match. And that is a main event. It was billed as a main event. And that's all the way back in 1992. So you build it up. And then that's the end of part 1. You do some throwaway matches to give people a bathroom break and a breather. And then you build up to your final closing match, right? So there's the opening matches. There's matches in the middle. There's the matches that end the event as well. And really, you can get away with calling all 6 of those across 2 days. The 2 openers, the 2 in the middle, the 2 at the end. You can get away with calling all of those main events. And so WWE do, to be honest with you. They do find a way of going with that to make the wrestlers feel special and to kind of make the matches feel a bit bigger. And in a lot of fans' minds, they're like, no, it's only the 2 at the end that are the main events. And that's fine. If that's how people are, that's absolutely fine. But I can only explain from a WWE perspective how they view it, and how they view it is how I've just laid it out. So for me, like, they will make the women feel special, and they'll put them in a special spot, and they'll, do all this other stuff for the other matches, Jay Gunther and all of that stuff. But honestly, I can't imagine, if people are being honest with themselves, that people are that surprised that CM Punk, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns is closing night 1. It's Roman Reigns. The same guy that's main evented WrestleMania how many years? I think this is his 10th WrestleMania main event. 10th. That takes us all the way back to WrestleMania 31. Take 10 years off 41. That's taking you all the way back there. Like, that's pretty much throughout the majority of his career. Why would anyone realistically think that Roman wouldn't be in the show closer? Like, this was always the front runner. Like, if it was going to be anything else, that to me would have been a surprise. So I think if the IWC is upset, I can understand it, because there's people out there that the IWC are fans of. Io's got her supporters, Rhea's got her supporters, Bianca's got her supporters, Jey Uso has got his supporters. Like, there's, stan accounts out there. But the truth is, the IWC never speaks with one voice. So it's only ever going to be a percentage. So it's going to be like 60-40, 70-30. I wouldn't even know in what direction, to be honest with you. So those are my thoughts. My thoughts are you will forever get tears from the IWC. But had it been anything else, I would have been surprised. I can't say Roman Reigns closing WrestleMania is a big shocker to me. Finley, shout out to you. So, Ninja, good question, buds. Let's see what Finley's got to say.
Daze, what is your ideal scenario for the Cena-Cody segment tonight? Would you have The Rock show up?
Would I have The Rock show up? If I could. I think if you can ever get the Rock showing up, then yes. If you can never get the Rock showing up, then you have the Rock showing up because it's going to be great for ratings. And plus also the frustration that we've had has been that we haven't had any word as to why John has joined the Rock. We haven't had any words as to kind of what issues Cena has got with Cody. Like, I'd love to dig into that. Why now? We've had why, but the bigger question is why now? Why turn on the fans and why turn on everyone whilst you're doing your final lap? I mean, is it just a case that you felt this way a long time and you're just getting it off your chest? And it was now or never? I don't know. But then, why now? Why now that Cody is champion? Is it just timing? Is it nothing personal with Cody? Or is there something personal with Cody? Like, did Cena get upset following last year's WrestleMania? I mean, he came down and helped Cody last year. So he helps him at WrestleMania 40, and now he snaps and turns on him. So I've got to think there's probably nothing personal, but I don't know. We're having to fill in the blanks ourselves. We're having to fill in the gaps ourselves. So, I sort of... I would definitely have The Rock involved if I could have him. I would have sections on this show that would be part of the flipping video package. The whipping in the rain and those kind of things. I wouldn't just do one segment here. I mean, if you've got John Cena and it's his last advertised segment, perhaps I would have Cena whipping Cody in the rain. Very reminiscent of when The Rock did it, but only this time it's Cody, it's Cena that's doing it. Cena whipping Cody in the rain. And it's a lovely kind of callback to last year. And I would have more than one Cena appearance. I would start the show with him because that's what we've been doing. I would have him finally verbally go back and forth with Cody. I would have The Rock involved if I can get The Rock involved. I would then have something later on as well. So I wouldn't just do the one segment. And it would be a big, juicy segment later. As I said, like Cody gets jumped and, maybe beaten up outside his bus or outside of a bus. Very, very reminiscent to that segment last year, which was one of my favorite TV segments from last year. I thought it was brilliant. Right, let's go down. 9 Dot Holiday said, feeling Randy, I might RKO my Viper. Wayne said, can we see The Rock being on Raw tonight? I can see him being on Raw tonight. Yeah, it's not that it's impossible and I can't see it happening. But there's no word that he is going to be on Raw tonight. So, and actually, there's a picture doing the rounds. I've just been tagged in a picture of The Rock at the gym, but I've seen that picture before. So it looks like there's fake pictures doing the rounds as well. I've definitely seen that picture of The Rock training in that gym before. So, I think the IWC is spreading around a bit of fake news and spreading around a few rumors. There's a lot of hopium. So I wouldn't get your hopes up. There's absolutely nothing concrete that he's going to be on the show. But the only thing I can tell you is go back a few weeks ago and it was said that he was going to be on one of these Raws, or it was believed he would be on one of these Raws. MLW Flash, shout out to you, my friend. Firing in some Wrestling Daze memberships, and I really do appreciate it. So, MLW Flash, respect, my friend. Right, Connor. What's Connor got? Here we go.
Connor Rigby. Daze, have you heard that Braun Breaker v. Penta v. Dominic v. Finn Balor is currently planned for WrestleMania 41 for the Intercontinental Championship?
Yes. There is a word doing the rounds that the Fatal 4-Way match is what's planned. So, I don't mind it. I mean, I'd rather the ladder match. I don't know why they're not doing the ladder match. I think a lot of people would like a lot of those names to be put into a ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship. So I'm not sure as to why we're not doing that. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a Fatal 4-Way. Wrestle with Andy. I hope you're doing well, bud. See what Andy's got to say.
Wrestle with Andy. Member. Roman saying one man's dream is in another man's favor was one of the most graded moments in history.
It was a weird moment, that, because he overacted it, didn't he? He was like, one man's dream is another man's favor. And, like, it was really, I don't know, I felt it was a bit OTT by the OTC. And I think he was trying to get across, okay, I know this is in there. I'm on board with it because I want to be in the main event as well. So we're going to main event WrestleMania. That's great for my legacy. I don't really care what it means for CM Punk, but what it does mean is the favor is done. And then obviously you get the bombshell. That's not the favor I'm owed. So I think that bit was a little bit OTT, but yeah, that segment was really good, and it was much needed as well. Those are those kind of segments where we've got stuff to talk about, and there's been other stuff as well. I mean, people really getting excited about Paul Heyman saying "don't," as I said, I don't really read too much into that personally. I don't think there's. I think that's the IWC. The IWC gets very overexcited very quickly. The IWC notices something, and that's it. It's definitely an Easter egg. In the IWC, you have to remember that. In the IWC's world, there's a lot of people that are trying to get clicks and views, and so you get a lot of, did you see this? This is definitely a clue. And it's like, okay, it's not. It's not always definitely a clue, right? And it's not always definitely, like, meant to mean something, or certainly not the things they claim it means. So after a while, you get kind of clued up to that. You get a bit desensitized to the IWC's ways. Because in the IWC, literally everything's a clue, and literally everything's leading to something dramatic, and, it's Easter eggs, and you got to notice the details and all this stuff, right? And after a while, you just know that's a load of rubbish. So I kind of, am desensitized to that. But I do look at that moment, and it did provide lots of little talking points. And to be honest, even if it provides those Easter eggs of people going, could it be this? Could it be that? Like, that's good as well, because that's just another talking point that came out of it. So a much needed segment. Hopefully we get more of those on this show tonight. Hopefully we get more of those kind of talking points on this show tonight. David, shout out to you. I think Roman was showing Punk it's just another main event for him, but to Punk it was everything, says Wrestle with Andy. Yep. Agreed.
David Duffett. Why is Punk vs. Roman vs. Rollins a main event? To me, the only thing that would make it a main event is if the winner became number one contender and got a title shot.
Star power. That's it. You're talking about 3 of the biggest names in WWE. You could go back to any era of WWE, take 3 of the biggest names, put them in a match against each other, and it's going to be in contention for the main event. If Triple H really wanted to put the women there instead, or put Jay and Gunther there instead, he obviously could have. For me, Roman, Seth, Punk was always closing the show. It was really going to come down to, would Triple H take a chance on something else? Because the numbers, the merch, all of that stuff, Google searches, all of that stuff, I'm sure when you add all the numbers together, the star power, the appeal of it, I mean, you see it when Roman comes out and everyone's acknowledging an OTC, and we know that the company has grown so much whilst Roman was champion. And so for me, like, anything else other than that match would have been Triple H taking a bit of a gamble. It's not a massive gamble, but the match that has got the big star power to it, the match that's going to have the eyes of the world tuning is that match. I know to some people it might just be throwaway because it's just a grudge. But you've got to look at the bigger picture. I mean, when we talk about the biggest star of this era, I think we're talking Roman Reigns. And I don't think that's controversial, right? After everything we've just had with Bloodline and everything, I think we're talking Roman Reigns. And there are reasons as to why we talk Roman Reigns. It's because look at the amount of attention that he attracts, right? And the amount of merch sales and shirt sales. I mean, flipping out. If you look in the crowds, how many different Roman shirts do you see? There's like OTC ones. There's needle mover ones, head of the table ones, old bloodline ones. Like, they just churn out so many new shirts for him, and people buy them. People buy them. And then you've got CM Punk. I mean, how big is CM Punk? We all saw the effect he had on AEW, and we all saw the effect he had when he left AEW. CM Punk leaves AEW. AEW starts dropping like a stone, and look at where that company is now. Now, I'm not saying that it was only Punk that was keeping that company at the level they were at, but taking Punk away from that undeniably hurt AEW. Undeniably. To me, Brawl Out is the start of the decline for AEW. Brawl Out with Punk being suspended, and then all of a sudden there's backstage drama, and when he comes back, he goes on Collision. So he's not on Dynamite, he's on Collision. Collision obviously is on a Saturday. That's hard for people to watch. People have got things to do. Saturday's not easy night for people to sit down and watch a weekly regular show. Can certainly get away with watching a one-off big boxing event, but a weekly thing where that means every Sunday every Saturday you've got to give your time to Collision. Like, that's hard. That's hard. And so when Punk came back, he went on to that show. And for me, like, you go back to Brawl Out, and that was the moment where AEW's decline started to really kick in. And that was the moment where, you know, honestly, you could do an amazing documentary talking about how Tony Khan gambled on selling out Wembley and how it brought the company to its knees. Because I think what happens at Wembley at All In, that first one, and more specifically the fight backstage, I think you could make an argument that that was the kind of final nail in the coffin. And I think the first nail in the coffin probably goes back to the Brawl Out, which I think was the year before. So anyway, look at the importance of CM Punk. Look at how big Roman Reigns is. And then you've got Seth Rollins, who is a massive star. Maybe not of the same level of those other two. I would say out of the three, Seth is not as big a deal. But I don't think he's that far behind. I don't think he's, you know, it's not like flipping CM Punk, Roman Reigns, and then we're chucking in James Ellsworth. You know, we're talking about three of the biggest names in the company. So for me, you know, we're still building Gunther. Gunther's not quite of that level. Jay is massively over, right? With the live fans, sells loads of merch. You know, Jay is unfortunate. If Jay was working a match against heel Roman, then there's maybe a chance that could have main evented. I think the fact that Jay is working with Gunther is a little unfortunate, because I think that Gunther is not someone that gets loads of merch sales. He's not someone that gets... He's a good, really good... I mean, in-ring, amazing, but as a superstar, that is someone that we're still building. That is someone whose star is still rising. And, you know, he's in his first championship run. I mean, I think he's in his second or third year. I mean, again, compare that to how long Roman's been on the main roster. Compare that to how long Seth's been on the main roster. I mean, Gunther's still box fresh. So you kind of look at Gunther and you're like, well, Gunther ain't CM Punk levels. Gunther ain't Roman Reigns levels. We haven't done enough with Gunther to get him there, but we can do, and we will. I mean, I really believe in Gunther. I think he's going to be a big megastar, but we're still just building him. So, you know, I look at the Jay Gunther match. Jay, super over. The build is getting better. I think the stuff with Jimmy has been good, and I think today will be good. I expect Gunther to just obliterate Jimmy. I think he'll absolutely obliterate him, and then I think Jay will try and get revenge at WrestleMania. Like, now, it's not just about winning the title, it's about getting revenge for my brother. So we could get a big segment there. But I think, honestly, Jay, Gunther, I think Gunther kind of drags it down from a star power point of view. Jay, massively over. If he was working with others, there's maybe a chance he would main event, right? Women, I think Io, her star is still rising. Rhea is massive star. Bianca she's been kind of handicapped a little bit because she's been in that tag team with Jade, and it feels like she's been held back a little bit. So it sort of feels like she's not coming off like this really amazing year. She's coming off like a rubbish year, really. It's been really rubbish, her with Jade, bobbing around the women's tag division. So I would say that she feels a little bit cold, but they've warmed her up quite nicely with the whole Jade being attacked and who did it and is it Bianca. So they've brought her back up heat-wise. I don't think... Io's got her stands online and they're very vocal, but I don't know that she's one of the most searched, Googled for women and all that kind of stuff. I think she is someone whose star is still rising. She only arrived on the main roster at SummerSlam 2022. So, you know, we're talking about someone that's been on the main roster not even 3 years. So, again, she feels a little bit box fresh, which I know it sounds crazy, like 3 years, she shouldn't be box fresh, but how many, you know, how many main events has she been in? How many title reigns has she had? Like, when you're talking about the star power that CM Punk has got, or Roman has got, or Seth has got, it's because they've been in loads of main events. They've had lots of title runs. They've been in major stories. And that takes time. It takes time. It takes time for them to get to that level. So, like, for me, I look at that and I'm like, well, I can see a reason why the women are... You could go with it, but... If you put the women there, the truth is you're not putting your biggest match at the end of the show. Your biggest match that's going to get the most eyes, that's going to get the most attention, that people are going to massively care about more than anything else, is Roman versus Seth versus Punk. That match is the match that people are going to care about more than the others that we've mentioned. The one that, I mean, like, I feel like the second place would be the Jay one. Because of Jay. Jay is so over, right? I mean, I see the numbers. Whenever they're releasing, like, merch sales, Jay's always doing well. Whenever they talk about who is getting selected the most in the video game, Jay's name is always really high. So, as I said, I think Jay's unlucky that he's working with Gunther, who I don't class as the same level as Roman and CM Punk, right? He's a rising star. So I think it's just a bit unfortunate there. So I would say Jay in second place, and then I'd have the women in third place for what is most likely to main event night one. which is why I'm personally not surprised that it is the triple threat, because it's star power. Star power has put them there. Should it have a stipulation? Yes, I think it should. And I think it would make the match even more intriguing, because at the moment they're just fighting for bragging rights. And everyone has seen enough wrestling to know that bragging rights really don't mean much, you know? I mean, he can throw it back in their face, say CM Punk, if Punk wins. He can always refer back to the fact that he won against them at WrestleMania. So, I mean, it's something that can be used going forwards in promos and whatever, you know. I beat your ass in the main event of WrestleMania. If ever he needs to pull that line out, if ever he's in a promo exchange with Seth or Roman, he'll have that in his back pocket if Punk wins or whoever wins. But I think a lot of people would like to see the winner get a title opportunity. I think a lot of people would like to see that be treated as a number one contenders match. But for me, that was always the match that was going to have to be beaten to be night one main event. It was always the match that was penciled in to be the main event. So I'm surprised if people are surprised. But I get it, because I get that a lot of the other wrestlers have their stand-ums, yeah? And they have, like, a lot of support. And there's people out there that are, like, ride or die with Jey Uso. So, of course, they feel a bit hurt that Jay's not in that spot. Or they're ride and die with the women, and they're a bit hurt the women aren't in that spot. If this was... I mean, the problem is you've got Rhea, who is a massive star, but there is no one else really outside of maybe Becky that's that level for the women. I mean, who else is there that's as big as Rhea? I mean, I don't think Bianca is. I think Bianca is coming off a bit of a cold year. So I don't think Bianca is as big as Rhea. Liv has had a great year. I mean, maybe if the whole Liv Rhea story maybe if Liv Rhea and the whole Liv trying to get her revenge and Dom turning on Rhea and joining up with Liv, if that whole story hadn't played out last year and we were doing it now, maybe that would stand a chance of main eventing. Maybe that would stand a chance, because that would be a really good story. I mean, the story for Bianca, Io, Rhea is rubbish. What is it? They had a title match. Bianca was at ringside. Rhea got distracted. That's it. I mean, that wasn't that long ago. So it's not like we've got a blood feud. It's not like we've got something that's been rumbling on and it's had loads of twists and turns. So the build for the women's match has been pretty flat. So, I mean, story-wise, there's not loads of stuff there. In regards to Jay, he won the Rumble. But as we said, you know, you can go back through the history of Rumble winners. It's not a dead given that you're going to main event WrestleMania, like close the show. There's plenty of times where the winners of the Rumbles have not done that. So that doesn't mean it's a given. It just means you get your title match at WrestleMania. So, yeah, for me, I don't know. I've spoke there for quite a long time about like the triple threat. That was always the one for me that was in that spot. Daniel, let's see what Daniel's got to say.
Daniel Brown, new member. Call me crazy, but I want to see The Rock added to that triple threat. That would be massive in my opinion, and mega main event worthy.
Daniel, shout out to you, buds. Uncle Revel.
Uncle Revel. Member. Who do you open night 2 with? Rhea, Bianca, Io then. Men's IC title match.
I would be tempted to open with Jay Gunther. Because, as I said, in WWE terms, the opening matches are important, middle of the show is important, and the show closer is important. So I think I would be tempted to start with Jay and Gunther. Have Jay come through the crowd, everyone yeet in. If you do it earlier in the night rather than later in the night, it'll be light. And hopefully you'll be able to see the whole stadium yeeting away as Jay comes through the crowd. If you do it later, you might miss some of that detail because obviously, it's going to be dark. I know you can light up the crowds. I know you can get lights on them, but it might just be a bit easier doing it earlier in the day. Now, we know he's not closing the show. We know what the show closers are going to be. So that means that Jay Gunther either goes in one of the opening spots or one of the middle of the show spots. And for me, I'd open night 2 with it. Have you heard? We're starting with Jay Gunther. What a way to kick off night 2. Jay versus Gunther. Can Jay get that championship? And actually, it's the exact same spot that Seth and Drew were in last year. So we've already got a template for it in the sense of that the World Heavyweight Championship was defended in the opening match of night 2 last year. And now we could potentially do the exact same thing again. So I think WWE have shown that is a very important spot on the cards. And I would do that personally. Let's go down. Paul, shout out to you.
Paul Robinson. Daze, do you think Damian and Drew deserve credit for how they are building their match? I'm excited more for it now. Also, do you think Drew could have been against Rollins and Punk in the main event?
I wouldn't give Drew Damian credit because I don't think the build has been that good outside of what we saw the other day. So I think that Damian Drew has just been a lot of just attacks afterwards. Like they'll be fighting in a match and then, Drew will come down to the ring or something like that. Like a lot of the builds have been a bit flat in the sense of it's not like we've had Drew going around Damian's house or Damian going around Drew's house, or there being some massive segment backstage where they're fighting in front of the bus like we saw with Cody and The Rock, or someone getting run over by a car, or I don't know, I'm trying to think of whatever you could do that would be a little bit outside of the box. It's just been a lot of like attacks after matches or just things like that, really. I don't think the build has been anything special other than what we saw the other day, which was finally we got a brawl in that kind of loading bay area. And we got to see Drew getting slammed on the top of a car. It's really funny, actually, because we were saying, like, these were the sort of things that were missing from the WrestleMania builds. And I did ponder if we could just turn that up now that we're in London, because we've been to London lots of times. London is a little bit like home from home for WWE. When it comes to, like, leaving America, really the next place they're probably most comfortable, not including Canada, would be London, right? They've been coming to London since 1989. So, they're going to have a good idea of, like, a good relationship with people, and they can get things sorted there. So, we haven't really seen anything outside of the box on this European tour, but then finally we get to London and all of a sudden we're breaking windscreens. So I was like, oh, that is interesting. And it does fill me with confidence for tonight that we could push the envelope a bit as well, because I just think they're a little bit more comfortable in London. Like, they've got connections. They have done things in the past. They know where to go to get things that they need in London, which is maybe not true of Spain or Italy or Belgium or wherever else they've been, right? So I think that segment was good, and I do give them their props for that segment the other day. Really, before that, it's been pretty standard stuff, to be honest. I've seen people complaining about this feud, but then, you will find that. Like, I've seen people praising this feud, but I've seen people complaining because people are just wanting better for Drew, really. I think people did want him to be in that triple threat. I think that they were looking to put him in there and make it a fatal four-way. So you had Drew, you had Seth, you had Roman, you had CM Punk, and you do the fatal four-way. I'm not a massive Drew fan, to be honest with you. I really like his social media work, but I just find him to be very whiny. I just find him like it's hard to kind of pinpoint great Drew matches. Obviously, he had an amazing Hell in a Cell match, but I was not blown away with the other CM Punk matches. I actually found his match with CM Punk was at SummerSlam to be quite underwhelming, where we had Seth as special guest referee. I didn't massively rate that. And then we did the strap match, which I thought was a little bit better, but it was still not what I was looking for. The Hell in a Cell match is incredible, right? That is the exception. That gets its flowers. Even his match against Seth last year at WrestleMania was okay. It was fine. It was acceptable, but it wasn't mind-blowing. And I don't know. I just find like I feel a bit sorry for him because he was in that feud with CM Punk, which people loved and said was like a feud of the year. I found that feud to be quite frustrating. You know, he wins Money in the Bank and ends up just wasting it. And, you know, there's just a lot of stuff that goes down. Like he fights Clash at Scotland's, Clash at the Castle in Scotland's, and against Damien. And I remember that match being a bit off. And I remember there being a few botches in there. Like, wasn't there a 3 count in there as well that the ref didn't count because Damien's shoulders were still down? And I remember CM Punk getting involved in that. And we knew that Punk would probably get involved in that. But I remember that not being a great match either. I find, for me personally, I love that final match. And I love the promos. But I found a lot of the in-ring stuff to be very frustrating for Drew last year. So for me, like, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for Drew to get into a feud where he puts on banger after banger. Like, we have some, you know, his matches with Sheamus were incredible. They were fantastic. His matches with, you know, when he was around Gunther as well. You know, I mean, he has the ability to have some, like, really good matches, but I would not say that 2024 was a great year for his in-ring contributions. And I've actually found his feud with CM Punk to be frustrating at times. And the whole thing, you know, being pinned on a friendship bracelet as well, I found that to be frustrating, as people know. So, yeah, that feud's... I get it. I get why it won feud of the year. It was not my feud of the year. I had too many frustrations with it. So for me, like, there's a lot of excitement around Drew and a lot of people wanting him to be in the main event and wanting better for him. To be honest, I don't quite feel that way. I want him to show me some banging matches. I want to see some banging Drew matches. I know he's capable of them. I'm not down on him. I'm not like, oh my God, he's useless, get rid of him. I'm just saying that I feel like it's been a while, taking the Hell in a Cell match out. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen banging Drew McIntyre matches, and I know he's capable of them. I know he can do them. He just needs the right dancing partner. And I thought that Punk would be that, but I think, to be honest with you, you know, it's hard for Punk because wasn't the SummerSlam match like his first match in ages because of the injury? So, like, the SummerSlam match, that was it was okay. It was okay. I wasn't crazy. I don't know that anyone was really crazy about it. I think people forget that there was a bit of uncertainty about it after. Like, people were like, oh, I didn't quite do what I was looking for, but it was okay. That was the general vibe at the time. I think the Hell in a Cell match kind of really sticks in people's minds. And maybe reframes that feud a little bit, makes it seem like the in-ring was a bit better than it actually was. But yeah, I mean, look, if you added him to that triple threat, then fine, there'd be no complaints from me. But to be honest with you, what I'm looking for from Drew is I don't mind him being up against Damien. I'm just hoping that that's going to be an absolute banger. I want those two to put on a match where they are just brawling and fighting, and you can feel that the fight is not real, but you can feel that they are really going at each other. And you can tell that they both want to one-up each other. And you can also sort of tell they're both chasing that same spot. I mean, they're both bigger guys. So really, you could make an argument, and they could even frame it this way, that they're both battling to be the big powerhouse in the main event scene. You know, they're battling to be that kind of big man in the main event scene. There's only room for one. I mean, they're both bigger than CM Punk. They're both bigger than Cody Rhodes. They're both bigger than Seth Rollins. They're both bigger. Are they bigger than Roman? I don't know if they've got size on Roman. They could do, though. They could do. They're both really tall. They're both really big. And you could make an argument they're both battling for that exact same spot, to be that big, tall wrecking machine that's up in the main event scene. So really, if I'm WWE, I'm sort of finding a way of leaning into that. And I'm finding a way of presenting it that they're both chasing. There's only one spot available, and they both want it. Who's going to be that big, dominant wrecking machine that's going to put that main event scene on notice? And one of them's going to take a big step forward towards that, and the other one is going to struggle. And I think if it was kind of framed in that way, people could maybe understand that actually, no, this is important, because someone is going to take that step forwards. Someone's going to be in the conversation. Not saying that they get a title match. Maybe look at it as like number 6 is taking on number 5 in the division, right? If you want to frame it like UFC. Number 3 is taking on number 4, right? This isn't the champ. It's not the number 1 contender. It's not number 2. Like, we know there's other matches going on, but this is 2 people that are just outside the conversation at the moment. You know, Damian, former world champion. Drew, former world champion. Both winning the title last year. Damian with his cash in. Drew, obviously, at WrestleMania. And I kind of feel like they're just outside that top end. They're just outside the top end. So frame it as number 5 against number 6. Frame it as they're both battling for that one spot. You know, someone's going to take a big step forward towards the main event. The other person's going to struggle. And all of a sudden, I think you've got a very compelling match there. But really, for me, it's match quality that I'm looking for from that more than anything else. Tony, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, my friends. So, Paul, shout out to you, mate.
Tony Graves of Baby Berry. Member, can we all just send them vibes out that if the Wyatts return before WrestleMania, that it's April 11th SmackDown? Because I'll be there. I'll say I'd cry if it happened, but Zoloft won't let me loll.
Tony, I hope you get to see them, my friends. I hope you get to see them. I am not going to be getting my hopes up too much. I don't know if that is fake or if that is real, but there could be a post from The Rock saying, "Hello, London." But again, is this just people goofing? Is this goofing? I don't know that I've seen that one before, though. I'm just going to have a look at that on Instagram. The Rock. Could it be a story? Is it one of his stories? Doesn't look like it's one of his stories. It could be an old post. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that are putting out, like, old images, old posts. And I can't find this one, though. I don't know. Honestly, there's a lot of... it's old. It's old. Yeah, there's a image of him standing in London, and it says "Hello, London." But I just found it on Instagram from 20 weeks ago. The same image. Yeah. Honestly, there's loads of it. People are just trying. I mean, people are obviously presenting it as, "Oh, I'm only joking," but it's flipping annoying, to be honest with you. Right. The beach, Kevin. Let's try and get some. We're already an hour through, which is mental. Let's try and get through more comments.
Vabiech Kevin. If I saw the Wyatts, I would cry too. But I would cry from the disappointment of having to sit through their nonsense.
The beach, Kevin. Not a fan. Let's go over here.
Samyantra Nyopan. Hey Daze, do you think Ambrose would have main evented WM41 if he returned at WM40? And what are the chances of him returning and actually being WM main eventer, and when?
I would say quite slim. I mean, he is not someone that cares. Or he's not given the impression that he cares. He's not given the impression that he cares about WWE. I mean, I think he is someone, and we spoke about this before, I think he is someone that loves the hardcore side of things. I think that he was born to be an ECW superstar. I think he's someone that loves blood, loves kind of shocking, loves going to those extremes. And I think that genuinely that's the wrestler he was meant to be, right? So WWE, I think that he went there, he raised his profile, he made some money. Had he have been used better, I think he maybe could still have been there. But I think, to be honest, his heart is a place where he gets to do more extreme things than WWE would ever allow him to do. So he's doing that right now. And you've seen the stuff that he's been doing, yeah? You've seen the stuff that he's been a part of. Him bleeding became a joke. Everyone was like, every time he has a match, he bleeds. And I think that's because it's something he enjoys doing. He wants the fans to get their money's worth. I think it comes from a good place. And, he wants to, really make sure he leaves, quite a resume of work. And WWE, that's too PG for him. He's not interested. I don't think he's got much love for the Dean Ambrose character. I think he respects what it got him, which is a massive house, a wife, and things like that. But actually waking up in the morning and doing something you love, I don't think that for him is WWE. So I feel like he's having a great time in AEW. I feel like he's really enjoying himself. I feel like he's found a place that he can express himself better than in WWE. Now, whether when he gets old, he just wants one last payday, he always knows that he'll go back because WWE will always take him because they'll always do a Shield reunion. Yeah. So WWE will always take him. But they won't let him do what he does in AEW with all the bloods and everything. So do I think he'll ever go back? He may go back for one final run. But I think it'll really be at the end of his career when he's got the blood and all of that stuff, that kind of wrestling, not out of his system, but he sort of knows I've done enough of that now. I don't think he wants to end up, hurting himself seriously. I don't think he's got a death wish. I think that he, loves his wife and he's got a daughter. I believe they've got a daughter. And I'm sure, he's loves being the family man. So I'm sure that he wants to, have a good retirement when it's time. But I really don't think he's someone that's, just waiting for the phone to ring to go back to WWE. I do not get that sense at all. So I think for him to go back, it would be that it's one last big payday. Like I've got one more run in me. Let's go back. Let's just get that big final run and payday. Maybe tick a few things off. Maybe like WrestleMania main event in. And that'll be me done then. Hall of Fame. Might be able to go in as a solo star. Will go in with the Shield. And yeah, something like that. So do I ever see him going back? Only for something like that. Could he main event WrestleMania? Around that time. Do I see it being any time soon? No. I don't see it being any time soon. Not unless AEW goes out of business. But yeah, I like him. I think that he's someone that, you know, works hard, gives his all. I mean, there really is, even if you hate him, you can't make the argument that he doesn't give absolutely everything, you know? Like, he really does give everything. He really does put himself in some horrific situations. So he definitely gives everything for the fans. It's not to everyone's taste. And I would like to see Dean Ambrose come back, but I just don't think it's for him. I think that he is kind of living his dream at the moment.
Hasib Hassan. Daze, would you like to see Cena refer to Stardust in some way to Cody?
I wouldn't mind. Cody's made fun of Stardust and spoken about how dark a time that was for him, so I don't know really that there's much meat on that bone because Stardust has been mentioned before. Cody has acknowledged Stardust as being a frustrating time in his career. Cena can mention Stardust and say you're just Stardust or you'll just be Stardust or who knows, right? We could do that, but I wouldn't see it as it being like a massive kill shot. It's not like we've never mentioned Stardust since Cody's been back, you know. He's been mentioned. He's come up in promos before. Cody's already spoken about how dark a time it was, and I don't know. He could do it if he does it in a clever way, maybe a way that we've not heard before. You see, this is a frustration because I feel like Cody and Cena know each other really well. They traveled together. And, you know, Cody has spoken about Cena throughout the years, talking about how much Cena means to him. And the frustrating thing is that there's so much that they could talk about back in the day. And, you know, the fact that Cody's in this position now. There's so many road stories and there's so many personal stories. I'm sure there are times where Cody was lost and spoke to John. I'm sure there was times where Cody was vulnerable and spoke to John. I mean, if he's going to talk about Stardust, I would like it to be, do you remember when you were Stardust and you came and spoke to me? And I would like it to not just be a cheap shot of whatever Stardust. Yeah. Just, I wouldn't want it to be anything like that because that's a bit below Cena. I feel like Cena could do something a lot smarter, a lot cleverer. And that for me would be like, do you remember when you was Stardust? And actually tell us a personal story, one that we may not have heard before, where John gave, you know, John could say, I saw you in that moment and I saw just how weak you are. Like, you couldn't get that character to work. You didn't know what to do. You was vulnerable. You was worried. You thought your career was over. And guess what? It was. Your career died. Look at the work you had to do to get into the position that you are now. Your career was over. I couldn't tell you that at the time. I knew it, and you knew it. And you've got that same feeling right now, haven't you, Cody? Or something along those lines of, you know, this is over as well. And if he was to talk about Stardust, I would like it to be a bit more personal and actually call back to something. And I think that could be quite an interesting promo. But if he just throws out, shut up, Stardust, do you know what I mean? Like, that to me is a bit playground, a bit petty. It's not very clever. We've touched on Stardust before. I think there'd be a way of doing it that would be a little bit more interesting. Let's see what Made by Dawn says. Sack. I keep meaning to play this, and I don't think I do. I'll play it now.
Sac City.
There we go.
Now that SmackDown is back in America, will we get update on Alexa and the Wyatts?
I hope so, buds. I hope so. I mean, I think we have been waiting to get off this European tour. There was hope that, Alexa would jump on a plane and show up at one of these shows. There's a chance that's today, but I don't know that it is. But there's a chance that that's today. I don't think it is. There's no word that it is. I'm not expecting her, but there will be a lot of hope that once we actually get past the European tour, that boom, she'll be on the shows immediately. I mean, listen, it's been reported that the plan is a tag match. I mean, we still don't know what Liv's doing at WrestleMania. Liv still doesn't have anything lined up. She is the current women's tag team champion, so who's she going to be defending against? You are going to have Liv at WrestleMania. After the year she's had, they're not going to... After the year that Liv has had, they're not going to leave her off the card. So who's she facing? Apparently it's a tag match. It should involve Alexa. There's no reason to disbelieve that. So, yeah, I'm thinking it will go that way. But it's just, it won't have a big build. I mean, it's not going to have time to have a big build. So it's going to have to be something like Alexa attacks Liv and, you need a partner. She then goes and gets Nikki, or Nikki finds her. And it's just going to have to come together quite quickly. But once we're off this European tour, yeah, I would expect to see her.
Made by Dawn. I feel like so far the Cena promos are boring. I would really hope that today they do a real face-to-face. They do not have to touch, but something more than what had been done.
I agree. Last week in particular was very frustrating. I think the first week was fine. Week 1 was fine, but it was still leaving us with questions, which is okay. I think we could accept that. People were watching to see what the music would be like, what the ring gear would be like, how the crowd would react. We got answers to those. Maybe not satisfying answers, but we got answers. He's not changing his music. He's not changing his ring gear. Crowd were very against him, but there was definitely a section that was still chanting, "Let's go Cena." So we got answers for that, and we found out what he had to say. So first week, acceptable, good, fine. Still, there was more we wanted, though, in regards to why are you working with The Rock, blah, 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 yeah. Last week, for him to just come out and just do more of the same, that was very frustrating. So, yeah, I completely agree. People are looking for more from the Cena promos today. And, I mean, call me an idiot, but I really think we get it. I really think that this is the week where we're going to do more. And we're going to really, get our teeth into something. I just don't see how you've got 3 Cena appearances and you just do the same sort of promo 3 times. I mean, WWE know what people want. They want the verbal back and forth with him and Cody. I mean, people want new music. People want new gear. I really hate this "you get what you deserve" thing, because I've had people get in touch going, "Why don't you get this? Why don't you understand? John already told us that we get what we deserve and we don't deserve anything." That's it. That's the answer. That's why we're not getting this stuff. And it's like, yes, but you're missing the point. The point is WWE is entertainment, right? We tune in to be entertained. And what people would like to see is they've always wondered what a heel Cena would sound like, what he would say, how he would be presented. If the answer is, I'm just going to do the exact same thing, that's disappointing. That is underwhelming. That is not entertaining. And at its core, WWE is entertainment. At its core, this is a TV show. We all tune in to see how the stories progress. And what's next? That's the big thing with wrestling, isn't it? What's next? What's next? Where's this going? We will forever sit here and have conversations about who's going to be Intercontinental Champ, Who's going to be WWE champ? Where's this story going? When are we going to see the Wyatt Six? Who are they going to face when they come back? You know, it's always what's next? Where's this going? What's the favor? That's wrestling. That's what it is. So for John Cena to finally turn heel after all this time, and then they'd suck the fun out of it by not giving us new merch, not giving us new entrance music, not giving us new logos and graphics and all of that. Like, the idea that WWE have not given us the fun stuff, and they've used the kind of cop-out line of, well, you get what you deserve and you don't deserve anything. The idea that that's, like, I don't know, clever, to me, it's a cop-out. To me, it's like, hang on, you're meant to be entertaining. It's meant to be that if John's turning heel, then we get heel John, and we get to see what heel John is. And so for me, it should be a new catchphrase. It should be new music. It should be a new presentation. This cop-out of, oh, you don't deserve it. I mean, imagine if every wrestler did that. Imagine if every heel turn resulted in them going, oh, you don't deserve it. Oh, wonderful. Oh, that's great, isn't it? I mean, you know, maybe I could accept it for a low-level talent where, you know, they have turned heel and they come out on the microphone and they're like, you might want to hear some new music or what, but you don't deserve anything new. Maybe then, like, we'd be like, okay, whatever. But with John Cena, people wanted to see what the other side would be, what the heel side would be. And so I sort of feel like WWE, I don't know if they lost the bigger picture or if it's actually that it was kept so quiet that they couldn't tell people. I mean, I've got that theory that the reason why he's got this same merch is because this merch was already being made. Like, they already had the collections lined up and ready. The designs were done. They can't change the merch because some of these collections have got championship belts. You can actually get John Cena championship belts themed in these collections, right? And as a result, it's not just shirts. It's a whole collection. You can't just bin that. And if they kept it radio silent about his heel turn, then they didn't tell the people that made merch, okay, we're going to be turning him heel, right? So they kept doing what they were doing. And so now we end up in a situation where we've got a heel John Cena, but all this babyface merch has been made. So I think the truth is that we're having to stick with him in the same gear, same merch, because I think a ton of it has been made. And you can't just bin it off. So, you know, we'll have to go with, you don't deserve it, right? We'll have to go with that for now. Whether that changes once we get off the European tour will be what he wears at WrestleMania will be very interesting. But I because of the belts and some of the other items that I think take quite a while to manufacture, I wouldn't be shocked to find out that he's only doing this because the collections were already in place. So, yeah, I think, like, there's a lot that people are looking for when it comes to Cena that I think hasn't quite delivered yet following the heel turn. And, yeah, we'll have to wait and see if it changes once we get off this tour. But the problem is this is our last advertised John Cena appearance before WrestleMania. So, really, whatever they've got up their sleeve, they could really do with producing it tonight in 40 minutes. Hasib
Hassan. Daze, do you feel WWE have overcomplicated this road to Mania? In the sense, the Rumble winner, Chamber winner, turning Cena heel for no reason involving Io, etc.
Confusing it for no reason. Well, no, I mean, I feel like John Cena turning heel is something which has probably been the biggest talking point, well, by a mile, actually. Biggest talking point. Without that, I mean, imagine if Cena hadn't turned heel. The road to WrestleMania would have been even more of a dumpster fire. I mean, there's a lot of criticism of this road to WrestleMania. Without Cena turning heel, God, I mean, I said I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have gone that way, but I thought the road to WrestleMania was going to be better than this, more engaging than this, bigger sections and segments than this. I wonder if the European tour, which would not have been a Triple H decision, I wonder if that really has been the spanner in the works. I wonder if that European tour has really resulted in talent being, wore down, jet lagged, traveling to do live events and, lots of movement pieces all over the place. And I wonder if that's just been a bigger problem than we know, because it has felt off. And I have seen people saying, let's not do this European tour just before WrestleMania again next year. And I agree. I really think Europe is very grateful to have this tour, but I think you can do it after Mania and Europe will be grateful. You could do this tour after WrestleMania and Europe would be fine with it, thrilled with it. We just, people in Italy, people in Spain, they just want to see WWE live. Doesn't make a massive difference if it's before or after WrestleMania, to be honest with you. So I think they've overcomplicated it with the European tour. I don't think they've overcomplicated it with John Cena's heel turn, even though I've said I wouldn't have done it. And there's nothing I've seen at the moment that's changed my mind on that. The only thing I would say is that the reaction to the original turn was a lot more positive than I anticipated. I thought there'd be a bit more backlash to it. I thought there'd be a bit more, you're really doing this now kind of thing. But instead, everyone was like, yes, I've been waiting so long for heel Cena. And I think there was quite a bit of relief, actually, that, yes, I get to see it. Which, again, only takes us back to the point we said earlier, which is everyone was excited to see it because they wanted to see the new merch, hear the new music. So for WWE to then turn around and say, you don't deserve it, is unnecessarily taking the fun out of it, right? So I think that what we've seen since has been a little bit disappointing. It's still savable. It's not a lost cause. I think, we could get a great segment today. And I do think it's helpful that we've got a monster heel and a monster babyface in the main event of WrestleMania. So I do think that helps as well. But, look, we're going to have to wait and see how it pans out tonight. I'm expecting a big show tonight. I'm expecting it to be juicy tonight. Fingers crossed. Wayne said, do we see Jay winning the title at Mania? Wayne Garland, appreciate the support, my friend. Yes, I do. I do think it will win the title at Mania. Mackenzie said, stand and deliver start time in Vegas is 9:30 in the morning. Yep. I've seen that news. That is, not great for them there live. It's obviously later for the rest of us. This is part of the problem, really, when you've got stand and deliver and then it goes into night one of WrestleMania. It's always been a bit of an issue trying to get both of those shows on the same day. So, it looks like they're going real early with stand and deliver. And it obviously doesn't help that they're over in Vegas, because WrestleMania has got to start earlier because you don't want it being too late around the world. And so they've got to go early. So I don't know what time WrestleMania Night 1 starts, but because it's in Vegas, which is more over towards the west of America, that means that it's going to need to be earlier. Yeah, it wouldn't be this early if it was in New York. So, time-wise, they're getting a little bit screwed, but, that's really their problem. No offense, but that's really for the live crowds and people that are there. They're going to have to get up and go to the show at 9:30 in the morning. For the Eastern Coast and the UK and everything, it's going to be obviously a lot more reasonable from a time point of view. But this is the problem when you're over on that side of the country, is that you're going to have to start everything earlier, because really a large portion of your viewing audience is going to be Europe. It's going to be East Coast. And so you need to make sure that those time zones are not at a bonkers time. You need to make sure those time zones are at a good time. And so, unfortunately, they find themselves in a situation where trying to do 2 shows on the same day is resulting in that first show starting really early. Green 3R666 said, I feel like Priest should be on NXT. He's been trash. How about you? I feel like Damian Priest is missing something, and I've felt that way since I very first saw him. I think he's big, size-wise, great. Look-wise, it's not my sort of thing, that goth look, to be honest, but he's got a look. That's okay. I don't love it, but it's okay. He is got a good tone to his voice. I like a very deep voice. You know, if he was to walk in a room and speak to you, you would know you was in the presence of someone significant. You know, if Damian Priest came walking into a room with how tall he is and the tone of his voice, you know that there's someone here that's, you know, not just working in a stockroom in a retail or something, you know. This is someone that's doing something. This is some kind of sports star or someone, right? There is a presence that's there. So, I mean, all of that checks out. His promos are okay. I mean, I suppose he's a bit of a slave to what creative give him. Match-wise, I mean, it's hard to name Damian Priest bangers, to be honest with you. And I just sort of feel like there's an X factor that's missing with him. He's got this presence, which should translate to an X factor, but there's something missing. There's something missing. I can't put my... I don't know. Some people... I've said this before, and some people have said it's charisma. Some people think it's that. Some people think the personality isn't quite there or not coming... Might be there, but it's just not coming through. I don't know. There's always been something missing. When he went into Judgment Day and he had the rest of that group around him and he could like bounce off others and he could come in with a few lines and he could, you know, be in that faction, that was a great way of using him. He belongs. I'm not saying he doesn't belong, but I mean, you can put him down to NXT again, but really, I don't think you need to, because we're just looking for something. There's an X factor that's missing. And I don't know if that would be a mouthpiece. I don't know if it's putting a group around him and having him as the leader, which could help. Or if it's giving him like a Paul Heyman, right? Or like a different manager, like a Zelina Vega. I mean, imagine if Zelina Vega was his manager. Imagine if he's got a love interest or something. Like, I feel like there's something missing. I feel like there's something that can help. It's hard to put your finger on it. You'd probably just have to try a few things and see, does a faction work? Try that for a little bit. Does a manager work? Putting Zelina Vega with him, I think, could be really interesting. I like the dynamic of their size. I know a lot of people want Zelina to go on and be a women's champion and all that sort of stuff. I struggle a bit with that. I mean, they keep pointing out how small she is. And I know that, like, size shouldn't massively matter, but I don't know. She is small. And it is hard to see her going in there against just even normal size girls like Chelsea and seeing her being competitive. You know, Zelina doesn't have the wrestling skills of like a Roxanne Perez. Roxanne's small, but my God, she puts on bangers. My God, she can work. And Zelina's, you know, good, but I don't think she's Roxanne level. And so I sort of think maybe Zelina is better used as a manager, as a mouthpiece. There's a place for her. I sort of feel like she could do that and then do the occasional match. She shouldn't have to stop wrestling. But, like, you know, she could do the occasional match. But I don't know. I just struggle. I just struggle with seeing Zelina trying to be like a women's champion. And I could see her getting the belt and having a run. But I don't see her being a multiple-time champion, someone that's going to be in multiple main events and all that sort of stuff. I don't see that happening for her. Not when you've got like Bianca's and Jordan Grace's and Rhea Ripley's and Liv Morgan's and Bayley's and Charlotte's and Becky's. And do you know what I mean? Like, it's crowded. So she might be able to get that women's title at some point in her career and, like, you know, have a moment. But I'm not sure that I would see it being much more than that. I mean, maybe get her to the title at some point, give her that moment, because I'm sure that would clearly mean a lot to her. And then maybe we look to make her a bit more of a manager then. And maybe her with Damian could be really interesting. She was excellent when she was with Andrade. And that was when Andrade was at his peak. Andrade has never been better than when he was being managed by Zelina Vega. Those two together were a flipping power couple. They were really, really good. You could even make the argument Andrade could do with her. She could put a stable together of like Damian Priest and Rey Fenix and Andrade. And, you know, we could maybe do something there. There could be something really interesting. So I don't know that Damian needs to go down to NXT because I don't know that that's going to massively help because we need to find the missing piece of the puzzle. And I don't know that we find it in NXT. He's on the main roster. He's a former world champion. We do need to find something that's missing. And I don't know. I mean, he looked good in that little backstage brawl with Drew. I mean, I'll give him his flowers for that. He looked good there. But as I'm sat here right now, that's just my honest assessment. It feels like something's missing. OG and Only Mark UK said it looks like a title might be unveiled tonight. There are pictures doing the rounds, of a championship under some sort of cloth. Some people are thinking that it's going to be the spinner belt. It might be that John says that when he wins the title, he's going to bring that back. It was, I could see it being that. I could see it ending up being the spinner belt. Nightmare scenario of the spinner belt returning if Cena wins. But that seed may have been planted last week. JPville said, I think they thought the crowds would make the builds better, but they didn't consider talent not being able to keep up with the energy. Oh, that's a good thought. JP, appreciate the support, dude. That's a good thought, that is. I do think the crowds have been excellent, and I do think the crowds have added to moments. But I think if we are being brutally, painfully honest, the vocal crowds and the passion of the crowds has not, as you say, resulted in being able to cover what has been a real lack of creativity in the builds. You can't just you can't in WrestleMania season just put the superstars out there having a few mid-match attacks, post-match attacks, couple of little backstage promos, a couple of in-ring promos, just pretty standard stuff that you would get all year round. You can't really just be delivering those shows with a hot crowd and people say, yeah, that's good. That's what I was looking for. The creativity has not matched the excitement of the fans. And, I think you worded that very well. LS Dub, shout out to you, my friends. Says, hello all. I hope that everyone is well. We're doing good. We are in the process of still waking up, or at least I am. So we've just been chatting away and throwing a few thoughts around and a few theories and bits like that. But I must admit, I will be pleased to kind of get back to the usual start times. Danny, hello, my friend, said Wyatt 6 will be back tonight because of Nikki's tease. She does do that quite a bit, though, to be honest. I'm not getting carried away with that. She does do it quite a bit where she is putting little posts out and stuff like that. So we'll have to wait and see. There is a chance that we get something because of the fact that I do think tonight will be a big show. We're in London. It is, as I said, WWE's kind of foreign home away from home. And it's the last one on the European tour. Maybe go out with a bang. We saw that SmackDown on Friday was a little better than what we'd been getting. Not loads, but it was, the general consensus was, yeah, this was better than the previous few SmackDowns. So could this be a Raw that's better than the previous few Raws? People are certainly going to be hoping so. KC Max said, do we think that we're getting a reaction from... Do you think we will get a reaction from Jay or Gunther now that they are no longer in the main event for night one? I don't think it makes a difference. I don't know. I did not mentally have them closing the show. I had the triple threat. If I feel that way, I would think they probably felt that way. So I don't think it makes a difference, to be honest with you. I don't think it makes a difference. I think that they have been doing everything they can. I mean, this is Jey Uso fighting for a world heavyweight title at WrestleMania. I think he's been giving you everything he's got anyway. And I think that Gunther's going into WrestleMania as world heavyweight champion. Last year, didn't he go in as Intercontinental champ, lose to Sammy? So I think, this is the biggest wrestling promotion in the world, at the biggest show that they put on. And both guys are involved in there's only 2 world titles. And both guys are involved in a story around one of them. So I don't think they've been holding anything back. I don't think that you're going to see a reaction because I don't think there's any reaction needed. I don't think that it's a massive surprise they're not closing night one. I don't think they've been holding anything back. I think the creative has been a flat. And actually, unrelated, I think you could get something tonight in regards to Gunther beating up Jimmy and brutalizing Jimmy, and that putting a bit of fuel in the fire for Jay. But I don't think that's a reaction. I think that was planned. I think the seeds for that were planted last week with Jimmy slapping Gunther. He slapped him really hard. I've got to think Gunther's going to want to get payback for that. And, we are building Gunther versus Jay. So Jimmy is a pawn in this game, right? He is expendable. Like, it makes no sense for Jimmy to beat Gunther here. So if we're not going to go that way, we've got to be going the other way. Gunther beats Jimmy, and he's got to make it look good. He's got to play on the doubt of Jay. But then equally, maybe he goes too far. He beats up Jimmy, and all of a sudden he gives Jay what was missing. Gunther could score a bit of an own goal today because he could give Jay exactly what Jay needs. And, at the moment, Jay is just riddled with self-doubt. What if Gunther brutalizes Jimmy and then all of a sudden there isn't self-doubt? Now it's, I've got to do this. I'm not even doing it for me. I'm doing it for my brother. There's no room for self-doubt. That self-doubt is now replaced with determination. That self-doubt is now replaced with revenge and fueled by that, rather than self-doubt being riddled with self-doubt. So I think that we could get something good here, but I don't think it would be a reaction to the triple threat being in the main event. So KC, shout out to you. Warrior Eagle said, Daze, I hope you're doing well. Been a fan for years. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the kind words. Look, we just throw thoughts around. That's it. I don't claim to be correct on stuff or, know things. We literally just chuck things around. So there's obviously plenty of stuff that I say that people are going to be disagreeing with. I know that. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with people sharing their counterpoints in the chat, right? The way I always look at this is it's like being down the pub, having a drink. We might as well have a pint in front of us. And these are the kind of things that we would talk about. Like if we were getting into these topics in a pub and we were having a beer, then, these are the kind of chats that we would have if we were wrestling fans. So that's the way that I kind of view this. And like the fact that you are someone that enjoys hanging around with us and enjoying the content, I really appreciate that, dude. Jordan said, "Oh, this is a longer one. Let's get this read. A longer one from Jordan. Let's go."
Jordan Boss, 5 pounds. Yo, Daze, hope and the chat are good. So my girlfriend really enjoyed SmackDown, but her highlight of the night was Caden and Katana's party entrance.
Oh, yeah, really? It got cut for us. We didn't get to see it. I think we went to commercial break. I was waiting for the little dance, and we just didn't flip and get it. So, yeah, that was annoying. That was frustrating. So I'm glad your girlfriend got to see it and got to enjoy it. We missed out, unfortunately, here. But that's the joy of going to the live show, isn't it? That's the joy of going to the live show. Mackenzie said, I've tagged you in something interesting. Is it the belt? I'm getting tagged in that a lot if it is, but the belt under a cloth is it's all over social media. Ian said, this tour should have happened after WrestleMania. Yeah, you're not alone in saying that, but a lot of people are saying the exact same thing. Liam, hello, bud. Let's see what Liam's saying and jump into this.
Liam Costa. Hey, Daze, my friend. Why do you think they are saving the physical interaction for Cody and Cena? Surely if you're Cody and you've been attacked like that, you would want to attack Cena back.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, I think the truth is that John has been berating the crowd because I sort of feel like I could be in the room when they talk about it, in the sense of, okay, we've turned him heel. What do we need to do before WrestleMania? We've got 3 John Cena appearances. What do we need to do before we get to WrestleMania? Now, the fans want new music, new merch, all this kind of stuff, right? The back and forth, a brawl, blah, 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 blah. There's a laundry list of things that the fans want. But realistically, we've got, what, an hour, 20 minutes, 3 shows. We've got an hour before WrestleMania. So what do we need to do in that hour? And I think number 1 on their list is we have got to get the fans to boo John Cena. How do we do that? How do we do that? How do we get the fans to turn on John Cena? Well, actually, because of the collections already being made, a quick fix is no new music, no new ring gear. You get what you deserve. You don't deserve anything. That means we can just stick with the merch that's already been made, and it explains why we're not changing it, and it's going to upset the fans. Tick, 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 tick. Right? Love that. Love that. You're a genius. Then the next thing is we need him to berate the crowds. We need him to berate the crowds. We need him to just constantly go off at the fans. And not just the fans that hate him like, you would expect, but the fans that support him as well. And we need to really dig into that. And we need callbacks as to why he's doing it. So, let's call back to times where the fans have turned on him. Which, take your flipping choice. Because that happened throughout his whole career until he kind of the past few years, it's never been better for him. But I think this is why we've not been doing it, because I think we've been digging into get the fans to hate him. We want the fans fully behind Cody. When Cena's in the ring and people are chanting F you Cena or Cody chants, he must have the biggest smile inside, because it really feels like everything they're doing to get you to hate John Cena. And they want you to hate John Cena. And they want you to be behind Cody. And that's what they're trying to build. So, to be honest, beatdowns and verbal back and forths and all that kind of stuff, maybe if we had more time, we could get to those. And I think a beatdown could be the cherry on top of the cake, which makes me wonder, Do we end tonight's show with that? Does tonight's Raw end with Cody being beaten up by John Cena as a way of, if you didn't hate him before, let's see if you'll hate him now with him beating down on Cody. And like being pretty brutal, and you know, this is where he snaps. This is where we get whatever's left in the tank, really. I mean, there is no other advertised appearance before WrestleMania, so whatever he's going to do, he's got to do it on this show. It can't just be another he walks away. He could do that in the opening segment, but I will promise you, I will be sitting here thinking he's going to come back later. He'll come back and he'll do something later. I think he's there. We know he's in London. We know he's there. So why can't they have him? You know, why can't we just check in with Cody at the end? And as we're talking to Cody, boom, he gets walloped from behind. And then we get John Cena beating Cody Rhodes down once again. And that could be how Raw ends up finishing tonight. So I think if there was more time, then we could get to a back and forth. We may get a back and forth on this show. He may give us that on this show. But really, I think they've got one focus, and their major focus is how do we upset the fans? How do we get the fans frustrated? How can we get the fans really wound up? And so I think that's their number one focus, their number one priority. And maybe if we had more time, we could dig into much, much more. But don't give up hope for today. I think there's a really good chance we get something good today.
Jeremy Rue. Member. Priest isn't trash. Where do you even get that? World champ, leader of JD that hasn't been booked properly. They should have let him and Rhea cook more. Rhea got hurt, and that was that.
Jeremy, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I think there's a debate going on about Damien. I don't think he's trash, just for the records. I think there's something missing. I don't think he's trash. As I said, I think he's got a very good look and he's got a good tone to his voice. And, you know, they clearly believe in him. They gave him Money in the Bank. They gave him that world title. He's been used on TV a lot. They like him. But it doesn't stop there being something missing, something that's just going to really unlock things for him. Yeah, it's in his benefit, something that would help him. Be that a faction, be that a mouthpiece, be that a love interest. I can't quite put my finger as to what it is, but it feels like there's something missing personally. Lisa
Brown. Daze, here's a thought. Maybe Jimmy beats Gunther, and Jay can't seem to get the better of Gunther before Mania, and Jay loses at Mania, snaps, turns heel, and murks Jimmy.
I would be shocked if they go that way, to be honest with you, but just because of how popular he is. And I sort of feel like the whole yeet thing, and they've got something there that really works. If he was to turn heel, you'd be throwing all of that away. I mean, you ain't going to come through the crowd and you ain't going to have yeet in, and people ain't going to be doing that with him. And you're losing something pretty big there if you turn him heel. So Jimmy could turn on Jay, but I feel like we've sort of seen... I mean, they had their match, didn't they, last year? I don't know. I don't know that we would flip-flop like that with Jimmy. I certainly don't think that they'll be turning Jay. To be honest with you, I just think he wins. I just think he's going to go to WrestleMania and win. I just think that we're building up all this self-doubt and we're making it like he can't do it. Can he do it? He doesn't think he can do it. Blah, 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 blah. And then I just think he gets to Mania and he does it. That's what I'm thinking.
Samyantra Nayopane. Hey Daze, it's me again.
Hello.
Do you think WWE will give a new design to the new title if Cena retires the title?
They could do. We've spoke about titles before. I think they want a big WWE logo on it because in this day and age, you can take a picture, put it up on Instagram, put it up on Facebook, not write any words whatsoever, And WWE need that picture to communicate to the people that see it. So back in the day, if you put a picture in a magazine, you'd write a little something under it, or the article would explain who the person is. Now, in this day and age, you can put pictures up and not even put any words with it. So the belt has to do a lot more communicating than it's ever had to do before. The belt has got to really tell anyone and everyone that looks at it, what belt is this? What company does this represent? Who is this person? You might see the wrestler and go, who's that? Is that a boxer? Is that an MMA fighter? Well, if they happen to have a championship, you shouldn't really be in any doubt. No, that's a WWE logo. Oh man, I'm tuning into WWE. Oh, who's that? I want to see that person. So I think when it comes to the belts, this is why you're not getting the winged eagle coming back, right? I know that we've just had Kevin Owens run around with it, but that was just for a little nostalgia trip, right? That was just for a little storyline, a little bit of fun. He had his belt, Cody had his belts. We did the unifying, if you will, or whatever. And obviously that's it. Winged Eagles had its little time in the sun, right? I think if they were to change the design, it would still need to have a big WWE logo on it, just like even the World Heavyweight Championship does. And so I think that they would have to find a way. I mean, I've seen designs that people have done themselves of the winged eagle with a big WWE logo in the center of it. And it looks all right. I mean, it doesn't look as good, but it looks all right. I mean, I would say that Big Gold was amazing, right? That was the old World Heavyweight Championship belt. And it feels like that was the inspiration for the current World Heavyweight Championship belt. The plate on the current one isn't as big, but it's all gold and it's got lovely detail around, and then it's got the WWE logo in the center. I sort of feel like the new World Heavyweight Championship definitely took inspiration from the old World Heavyweight Championship. That would make sense. But it's different, and it's got a big WWE logo in the middle, whereas the other one did not. And so if they were to change it, I would like to think that they would use the Winged Eagle as inspiration, and then they would, find a way of getting a big WWE logo involved. So, yeah, in my mind, it would be something like that. I don't know that they would change it if John takes the title, just because outside the headquarters at WWE, there's a massive flipping belt, which is the current design. So I don't know what they would do with that. I don't know if they would change that. I don't think there's an appetite to change the current design. So I'm not anticipating a change. I'm not anticipating Cena being heel when he retires. I think it's all just talk at the moment. And there's a chance that we might see the spinner belt tonight. There's a chance that we might, and what was great about the spinner belt is it had a WWE logo in the middle of it spinning round. So, I mean, it fits perfectly with the current world that we live in. So, yeah, I think there's a lot to digest there. I don't think Cena is going to leave with the championship. I don't even think he's going to leave as a heel. I think there's a long, long way to go till we get to that. But if he did, I would imagine they would just get a replacement, another championship made that would look the same. Because they do have that big statue outside the headquarters, that big belt outside the headquarters. I think this belt does everything they want it to do. I don't think they're necessarily looking to change the design. There's no rumors of them changing the design. I think they've landed on this, and I think they're quite happy with this. So I'd just expect another one of the same. Sorry to be boring, but that's my honest answer. Maggie. See what Maggie's saying?
Maggie Lusk.
Fire away.
I'm back. We still moaning about Cena lol. Just got call in middle of bloody chat. Some more care talk about uncle. 4 times I've been called today, basically telling me the same thing. Arg.
Maggie, I hope you're doing well, buds. Sounds like you're having a bit of a stressful day today. I've had those. I've been there.
Samyantra Nyopain. Another question, Daze.
Yeah.
Do you see any chance of WWE doing Asia Tour ever?
Yeah. I mean, they've been to Japan, and I think they do want to go back over there. Obviously, there's Europe that's getting love at the moment, but there was rumors of them doing a Mexican PLE, which, did that get confirmed? I can't remember if it got confirmed, but it's pretty much in the works if it's not confirmed. So Mexico is being looked at. I know that's not Asia, but I'm making the point of, we're looking at different countries like Mexico, like India, that was announced the other day. Obviously, there's been a major focus with Europe in recent times. So, yeah, I think there will be. I think they will get to Asia. I don't think... I've not heard any rumors outside of them wanting to do something in Japan. I've not heard of there being anything. But I think this is a company which is really looking international. I think they know, from a strategy board point of view, that the growth in America has flatlined. I don't think you're going to see a great deal of growth in America. I think America is pretty much, everyone in America is aware of WWE, and they've got a good fan base in America, of course. But I don't think there's much room for growth there at the moment. Definitely, there's always room to improve and to grow. I'm not saying that they can't grow at all, but I am saying that, they're pretty much, if there is some growth, it's going to be minimal compared to what they could do internationally. Because, think about how much love they get internationally, and then compare that to how often they go there so that people can see it live. I mean, it's so out of proportion. Apparently WWE is like the second biggest sport in India. How many PLEs has there been in India? How many Raws has there been in India? How many SmackDowns has there been in India? Think of the amount of... You could have an NXT in India. Imagine an NXT in India where it just goes around traveling India with some of the best up-and-coming Indian wrestlers, which then feed into NXT. The potential for growth internationally is, it's off the chart. It's absolutely off the chart. So, I think Asia has got to be in that conversation. But I don't want to get anyone excited because I've not heard anything. But yes, I do think that we could see that. Johnny said, unfortunately, we won't be going live this hour. We will be live during Monday Night Raw. Johnny, shout out to you. Nico said, Daze, what do we think of Roman Seth Punk promo? I thought it was slightly disappointing. Oh, well, I think the promo side of it was a little bit disappointing. Are we talking about on Friday? There wasn't loads from the promo point of view. It was really just about him finding out that he was going to main event WrestleMania, which was a lovely moment. And then, of course, him revealing about the favor. There wasn't a great deal out of Seth, but it was kind of fun seeing him freak out. But yeah, it was fine. There was some really good stuff in there. It was better than what we've been seeing. The promo the week before was quite underwhelming. But yeah, there's a bit of intrigue there. WWE Creative Humor says, then, now, forever, together, or at least until we can escape Europe. Escape Europe. Right here, we are seeing the O2. It's a very... I feel like it's a very iconic arena now, the O2. Okay, so we are just seeing backstage. We have got a Women's World Championship match. Bianca taking on EO. Hang on. Rhea taking on EO. Bianca, special guest referee. Logan Paul is in the house and there's loud boos. Loud boos for Logan. There's the Usos. Yeet. There's Gunther, the Ring General. He's got that World Heavyweight Championship over his shoulder. Now, we are in the arena. Surely we're starting with John. We've been starting with John. Cena sucks. Crowd are already chanting Cena sucks. Cena sucks. Let's go, Cena. Let's go, Cena. Let's go, Cena. There we go. The music hits. What have they got up their sleeve for potentially the final time before WrestleMania? John Cena sucks is being chanted loud. London has always been a very good crowd for John. He's got a lot of love for London, or at least he did have. The last time is now. He's got the London merch. The C on the back is covered. The C on the cap is covered. That's been a talking point. He's making his way down to the ring. And the crowd are booing. The crowd are booing. I could see lots of those caps in the crowd, you know. I mean, this merch has still been selling. The towel laid down in the ring. What is Cena gonna say? Loud. John Cena sucks. I can't even hear Let's Go Cena, you know. Good crowds. Good crowds. It's a good crowd. Cena in the ring. What's he going to say? Is it going to be more of the same? It's going to have to be, really. At least until Cody comes out. John looking around. I think there is some Let's Go Cena chants, you know, that have just started to come through. Yeah, there is a few Let's Go Cena chants. Man, some people love being abused, don't they? That's the only thing I can imagine. Cena's made it very, very clear that he does not care even for those people that support him, yet he's still getting some Let's Go Cena chants. And before he can even talk, Cody Rhodes is coming out, and this is quite big. This is quite big. That means that we're really going to have to get to a back and forth. Otherwise, we're just not going to hear from John. We're going to have to get a back and forth. Otherwise, John ain't going to say anything this week, and that ain't happening. Cody Rhodes in a sharp suit. He's not been wearing suits. So, Cody coming out with a suit. Crowd singing along. Whoa, Father said. Let's go. Let's go. This already feels a little different. This already feels a little different. Alicia Taylor on the announcing, of course. I am my dumb. Right. Man United Hodge said, big up Daze, I hope all's well. Shout out to you, my friends. Odinson said, let's hope it's the return of the hardcore title. He's got a Blue Peter badge on. Blue Peter is one of the longest running kid shows. And when I was a kid, you could actually send in like drawings that you'd done or things that you'd created. And it might get shown on the show. And if it did, then they would send you a little badge. And it was something kids wanted. It was a badge of honor, I suppose. And that kid show, Blue Peter, has been running since, oh God, easily the 1960s. It still goes today. And so it's an institution over here. Like, everyone knows about Blue Peter. It's not as popular, obviously, these days as it used to be, because back in the day, there only used to be so many TV channels. And so the kids' programs used to be on the main channels. Now they're on their own channels. But the reason I'm telling you about that is because Cody Rhodes is wearing one of those badges. He must have sent in a lovely drawing that he did. I don't remember seeing him or hearing that he actually popped up on Blue Peter on part of this tour. He has been there. He has been there before. I've seen footage of him there before. Well, there we go. London singing Cody's theme, and John Cena looks disgusted. F.U. Cena sign in the crowd. Cody in the ring. Cena in the ring. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Let's go, man. Look at the love that Cody is getting. Yes. Yes. London in fine voice. Look at that shot as well. So impressive. John Cena squares up to... Allow me to do your job for you. We've listened to you for 2 weeks. You're going to cook me? I've got a little bit of a lisp. Stardust. So he's taking away the things that John could throw at him. We got a Stardust chant. Yes! Stardust chant in 2025. Stardust. Hey. What else could you go after? He spotted us. I've got an arm tattoo, but it's on my neck. Cody Rhodes chants. So yeah, Cody being very clever here, very strategic here. He's taken away all the negative talking points that John Cena could cook him on. I'm sure John can still find something, though. I think that means a lot to Cody, you know. I think that means a lot. I got booed in a company I created. Gosh, there's so much that you could have a go at me about. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. Let's go Cena. Cena sucks. People pointing out online that he's going full on 8 Mile. I think for the last few weeks you've lied. I know you cared about me, and I know for sure you cared about them. Tell them why. He's told us why, but why now? He's told us why, but why now? You sold out, Chance. This live crowd is why we need WrestleMania in the UK, said Christopher. I'm not going to punch down to your level, says John. You've been protected long enough. I'm also not going to cook you. I'm going to bury you. Just like I buried everyone else. I don't bury talent. I am talent. I bury mediocrity. Your ego outmatches your ability, says Cena. He calls Cody his chauffeur. Cody Rhodes, your champion, is nothing more than my chauffeur. It's a good line. You with that disgusts me. You stole every secret to be undeniable, but you're still underwhelming. You're too polished. You're too rehearsed. You rely on them singing your name to get by. They start singing. Takeaway is entrance. There's not much to look at, says Cena. You're still afraid to show who you are. You've shown me one thing. The ring general said we need Santino back to say, relax, John Cena. He's so into himself, he had his wrestling gimmick tattooed for the world to see. That was a good line. That was a good line. That the last real champion is going to take that home forever. I'm going to expose you for who you really are. Someone that got lucky. Cena chance. Maybe you're right. Maybe I was chosen. Lovely comeback. Lovely comeback. Flipping lovely comeback. They chose me. Who chose you, John? A guy that we can't talk about anymore. If anyone's a company creation, it's you, John Cena, not me. You've got more D in that promo than you do in your jorts. Huh? Sorry, what? You hang out with Zac Efron and you wish that you were 16. Don't act like you left WWE better than you found it. Oh, between you and I, which one of us sold out to The Rock? That prompts you sold out chance. You're still my hero, says Cody. But you're also a piece of... And that has prompted chance. That has prompted chance. No one has been worthy. I've never left. I've always been here. You had to leave. You had to leave because you realized at your best you couldn't wipe my ass. See you at WrestleMania, champ. One last thing, John. Never once have they chanted to me, "You can't wrestle." They are now chanting that to John Cena. John Cena looking around at the crowds. Cena gets back in the ring. Cody throws the microphone down. They're staring at each other. Smile on the face of Cena. Cena goes over. No. Crossroads. Crossroads. Crossroads connects. Crossroads connects. John Cena down and out. Cody Rhodes stands tall. Points over at the WrestleMania sign. And what the hell does that mean for WrestleMania? With Cody standing tall in what might be the final segment between these two? Cody's music hits, and that could be a bit concerning if you're a Cody fan. Traditionally, the person that stands tall at the end of the final segment doesn't tend to do too well at the premium live events. It's not a hard and fast rule. Plenty of examples of people standing tall and then going on to win. Well, 24 minutes that. Let's get segment scores. Oh, hello. Wade Barrett is here. We could still get the right. There could still be a little bit more here. There could be a little bit more. Let's do that. Let's do that. This is definitely a separate video situation. Let's put that down there. Let's go Raw and just do a little walk because there's a few bits to get our teeth into with this. Massive opening segment then from Raw, and it is the segment that everyone's been waiting for. John Cena coming down at the O2 on Raw, and he was obviously wearing the merch as usual. He did not get chance to speak before Cody Rhodes came out. So it kind of told us straight out of the get-go that this was going to be a very different segment than what we had seen before. So what we actually got was that back and forth, and it kind of went the way that I thought it would go. I did not expect John Cena to cook Cody on the microphone. He does and doesn't here. The reason why I say he does and doesn't is because when it was Cena's time to talk, he was incredible, and there were some incredible lines from John Cena. But who got the comeback? Who got the last word? Who ended the segment standing tall? Cody Rhodes. We kept saying that there's no way they're going to bury Cody. There's no way they're going to allow John to go out and just say whatever he wants to say and not have Cody prepared to have a comeback because Cody is their next guy. Cena is gone after this year. So it was great that we got to see the back and forth. A lot of people thought that they were holding off on it because they didn't want Cody to look weak. Well, I think they managed to put a segment together here that kind of ticks every box. Cena had his moments. Cody had his moments. Neither guy comes out of it looking weaker. That was just a great overall segment. We can pick out some of the lines that were said. So Cody started off by talking about what can you have a go at me for? I've got a bit of a lisp. I've got an arm tattoo on my neck. We could talk about Stardust. Like, what do you want to have a go at me about? What are you going to cook me about John Cena? And basically, he was taking things away from John that John could kind of have a go at him about. He says, you could have a go at me because I got booed in a company that I created. There was a few AEW references in this segment, actually. John Cena came back and he said, you, with that title, disgusts me. He referred to Cody as his chauffeur. They actually rode around together for a few years, something that's been referenced quite a few times by Cody. And so, you know, he's basically like, you're just my chauffeur. You might be their champion, but you're nothing more than my chauffeur. And seeing you with that title disgusts me. He said, if you take away the entrance and the music, there's nothing more than a striped suit. And there was really good lines in here. He said, the last real champion is going to take that belt forever, and you'll be left as what you are, an errand boy that got lucky. Some really good lines. Here you can see, can you say the same, John? Or is the one guy in the office not here anymore? So basically, Cody was saying they chose me, right? The people chose me. Can you say the same? Or is the person that chose you not here anymore? So a little reference to Vince McMahon there by Cody. And that had the crowd going, oh. There was lots of, you know, really compelling, edge of the seat, really didn't want to miss a second of what was being said. Cena had his moments. Cody had his moments. Some really great lines. Some more examples here. John Cena said that Cody was a paint-by-numbers, sociopathic Nepo baby who is so into himself. He had his wrestling gimmick tattooed for the world to see. It's not where your tattoo's at, Cody. It's what your tattoo is that exposes you to the world for what you are, a common fan just like them. And then he pointed out at the crowd, at the fans. Here, Julian's like, this might be segment of the year. This was straight heat. It was really, really good. And this line is the line I think people are going to talk about the most. He said, all you've ever done was steal from a billionaire's kids. So talking about Tony Khan, all you ever did was steal from a billionaire's kids. Basically talking about AEW setting that up with Tony Khan. And that was like, oh! Lots of little AEW references in there. Lots of clever little lines. Call back to their relationship with the chauffeur stuff. Stardust being mentioned by Cody at the start. The tattoo being spoken about. And actually, at the very end, as I said, it was Cody that got the final words. He was talking about, you can't say that you left this place better than you found it, John. And I'll tell you something else. The fans have never chanted at me, you can't wrestle. Ah, so good. It was really good segment. It's a brilliant segment. It's the segment everyone's been waiting for. Neither guy comes out of it looking worse for it. Neither guy comes out of it looking like they took an L, in my opinion. I think it was, you know, they both had their moments. I think Cena, you know, got a lot off his chest. Cody got a lot off his chest. It's the segment that we were looking for. And, yeah, brilliant all round. So, WrestleMania, this effing segment. So, here's some of the images that came out of this segment, including the final image, which is quite important because this actually ends with John Cena lying flat on his back. So he gets hit with a crossroads, and that is how the segment ends. And as I said during our watch-along, it's not great if you're a Cody fan seeing their final TV segment together. I mean, maybe something will happen later in Raw, but at the moment, this is the final segment. Cody standing tall traditionally means that he may struggle at the Premium Live event. So, I don't know. There's obviously many exceptions to that rule. That is not a hard and fast rule. But traditionally, if you stand tall on the go-home or the final segment, then you are probably not going into the match as favourite. And we know, actually, Cody isn't going into this match as favourite. The bookies have got Cena as the favourite for this match. So, yeah, brilliant segment. The segment we'd been waiting for. And we're going to have to see if we get anything else on this week's Raw. But I think there's going to be a real positive reaction to this. A real positive reaction. So there we go. Those were my thoughts. I want to just get that up. This is obviously a massive talking point. As we said, it is the segment people have been waiting for. Tyler Bate is here along with Pete Dunne. So it looks like they're going to be taking on the New Day. We've just been at commercial break, by the way. So New Catch Republic are back, and that is a new look for Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate is back, and it looks like we've abandoned the vegan vibes. It looks like we've got a big, strong man instead of a big, strong boy. His hair looks a lot better. That looks so much better for Tyler Bate. That looks so much better for Tyler Bate. Right, I do want to get to your thoughts. Obviously, we've got the poll. It seems like you lot are saying this was a great segment rather than an all-time segment. So I'll be very interested to hear if there are some criticisms. I definitely feel like there was times where John was a bit OTT, maybe, with his kind of overacting. We know he can be guilty of that at times. But I stand by what I said. I think this was a brilliant segment. I think it's a segment that people were looking for. Okay, so... Oh, God, he looks so much better. I'm so pleased for Tyler Bate there. Great to see him back. And we got New Catch Republic. Still not sold on the team name, but New Catch Republic against New Day is where we are right now. Let's change the text on screen. And... Let's get rid of that. We're... very much no longer in the pre-show. So, New Day versus New Catch Republic, NCR. Days, don't forget, NXT's back at 1 a.m. tomorrow. James, shout out to you. Anna said British Strong Style was better. It was a better name, and I do miss Trent Seven. But, oh my God, I'm so pleased to see Tyler Bate not with that kind of long hair and... kind of vegan vibe. His hair looks so much better here, and we've even got a bit of that moustache back as well. He looks really good. He looks really good. And they're going to get a really great reaction here as well. A little bit of a high five attempt there, but it didn't quite pay off. As we go, I think, back to commercial break. So we're sticking with the commercial break at the moment. Let's put some praise out, shall we? I'm trying to figure out what do we need to do. Cena and Cody segment was fantastic. That's what we'd been waiting for. There's a lot to say about it. I mean, I feel like I got quite a bit out in that little video we just recorded. Very, very compelling. Edge of the seat. Didn't want to miss a word. Tyler Bate is back, and he looks fantastic. Oh my God, look at this. Raw has got me all positive. Oh my God. Oh my God, what's happening? Guys, I'm saying nice things. I don't know either. I'm all confused. Daze, I feel Cena was great on the mic. Cody did hold his own. I thought Cena just edged it. Yeah, but you would because you're a Cena fan. I think by design, it was designed to be even. It was designed to be them both jabbing at each other. Jab, 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 jab. Jabbing back and forth. And we said this, like, don't expect Cena to cook Cody on the mic because WWE are not going to want that. Cena's not going to want that. Don't forget, Cena is not really a bad guy, right? He's still the guy that's done more Make-A-Wishes than anyone else, right? And he's doing this heel turn now because they want to explore it in his final year. But actually, he's still a nice guy away from the flipping cameras, yeah? So backstage, he's going to be thrilled for his friend that his friend has been able to make it to the mountaintop. And he's going to want to put on the best version of himself, Cody will have said, give me everything. I want the full Cena experience. And, I'm sure they're working together on what's going to be said, how they're going to structure it, what kind of things can they go at each other about. Would this be good? Would that be good? I mean, I really think this is a collaborative effort backstage. I really don't think John Cena goes to his corner and writes his promo. Cody goes to his corner and writes his promo, and we're going to surprise each other. I mean, this is a sit down. Let's work this out. I could see Cena being on Cody's bus and them, chucking ideas around and, coming, oh, this would be good. We could call back to this and blah, 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 blah. And, this is why I didn't expect Cody to be cooked. And even when Cena was coming out with his lines, I knew that Cody was going to have his comeback. I knew that Cody, it wouldn't just be a case Cena would say what he'd say, drop the mic and walk away. Maybe back in the day, he would have done that. Maybe back in the day, when he was still a full-time star, he might have done that. But here, Cody finishing that segment strong was always on the cards. And that's why, for me, I genuinely wouldn't sit here and say that either got the better of each other. I wouldn't sit here and say, oh, Cena's just won that or Cody's just won that. I think they both had fantastic moments. I can pick out lines from both that I thought were really strong. And I just think the whole thing cooked. I think the whole thing came together to give us a really, really satisfying segment. After what has been frustration, My only complaint is I wish he didn't hit Cena with the crossroads, said Adam. Rather, if he almost did and Cena slipped away less seconds. Yeah, that would have been good. That would have been good. I didn't need the crossroads. I actually thought that final line was enough, to be honest with you. I thought that final line of they've never chanted "You can't wrestle" to me, John. I thought that was enough of a, Here's the power of Tyler Bates. And he plants Kofi down, a kip up there by Tyler Bates. And a big cheer by the crowd here at the O2. He's got Kofi up on his shoulders. The big strong boy. And we do forget how great this guy is. Because he has struggled with injuries. He has struggled with momentum. And Kofi gets planted down. Here we're seeing Tyler Bate going over, making the tag. Tyler Bate over the other side, charging him. Boom, kicking in. New Catch Republic looking good. Against that top rope. Boom! Clothesline and German there by Pete. Nice work. Broken up there. The chemistry and the timing is still clearly there, says Wade Barrett. Big boot coming in by Xavier. Tyler Bate against Ilya Dragunov for the IC title will be 5 stars one day, says Brony. Right now, Kofi. Oh. 2. Kick out there by Pete Dunne. Kick out by Pete Dunne. I can't hear what they're chanting. I don't know what they're chanting, but they're chanting away some at the crowd. Over against the ropes goes Pete Dunne. Kick coming in. He picks him up. Pete Dunne lands on his feet, goes back. Tag being made there by Tyler Bate. Kick coming in there by Xavier. Bop and bang! Bop and bang! Connects! So the big boot coming in. New Catch Republic battling away. Goes up. Oh, gets caught. Gets caught there by Kofi. Pete Dunne goes into the corner. Tag being made. He's going up. Damn, New Day win. Nah, I wouldn't have gone that way, mate. I wouldn't have gone that way. We're only seeing New Catch Republic for the first time in ages. In London. Oh, that's a shame. I feel like they deserved better than that, but not to be. Right. I tell you what, it is a little tricky to juggle all these things at the moment. Okay, we've actually got Kathy Kelly. She's about to have a word with the New Day after they've just got a victory over New Catch Republic. Do you think tonight's win further cements the belief that you deserve a tag team title opportunity? We demand what we are owed. So it looks like this win is setting them up for a title shot because the War Raiders are coming out. Right. Don't talk to Kathy like that, said Goat Meats. When are we announcing the Hall of Fame? Oh, we'll do it towards the end of the stream. Give people a chance to continue to vote. I haven't actually seen where we are with it. It might not even be close, but we'll give people a chance. Okay, so the War Raiders have come out. Okay. What happened to the LWO feuds? Well, I'm guessing that just set them up for where we are now. Right, let's try and get a poll up for that last match. Hello, we just got a little advert for Evolve. Okay, oh no, it is. It has flicked over to all time, you know. It has flicked over to all time. I'm going to record that. So the Cena promo. All-time, great, goods, bad, 4, 12, 40, 42. Okay, let's get the match scores up for that last match or our opening match. I could see New Day winning the titles. War Raiders haven't done anything, says Jay. They have their names back. It's War Raiders. They've had it back for a little while. Okay, we're just seeing Jimmy from last week. Do you know, I mean, when you have a really good opening segment like what we've just seen, it really does give the show some real momentum. I mean, we are 47 minutes in and we are cooking, mate. I mean, obviously we've just had the return of Tyler Bate as well and New Catch Republic. That's kind of kept the energy going. Boom. Let's close that. So we're just seeing the slap, that slap, that slap. Backstage, we've got Big Jim. Big Jim. I feel way more better if I was out there with you tonight. I know the whole world's been down on you. I'm going to close that noise. Tonight, there is no ring general in there. I'm going to beat Gunther, and then you're going to beat Gunther. Yeet. I hear you, just be careful. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? He grabbed him, he was like, I hear you, but just be careful. There is Gunther. He does not play around. Gunther does not play games. Did he forget his line? I don't know. I mean, the way that he just grabbed him and pulled him in was a bit awkward, wasn't it? Be careful. Is that it? Is that all you had to say? Oh my God, I thought it was going to be way more dramatic than that. I thought it was going to be way more dramatic. It was very tense. We're trying to inject tension where tension doesn't even need to exist. I love that for us. I love that for us. Right, we do have a commercial. I think this is a commercial break because we do have Ludwig being interviewed at the moment. Albert, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Tyler said, I demand all your gratitude. Let's go. I love his coat. It's got a lovely coat. This is the match that will help Jay win or assure his loss, says Little Bit of a Fan. Katie says, I'm sorry to say Gunther is about to destroy Jimmy, and then Jay is finally going to crash out. Okay, here we go then. Here's Big Jim. Big Jim making his way down to the ring. Big Jim, Big Jim, Big Jim. Big Jim with his big dripping one. Love that for him. Edward said, Daze, what if Cody gets attacked on SmackDown in the next few weeks and it's The Rock and not Cena, as John doesn't need to show up to attack Cody, but I would leave it this way as I want Cena to win the title. Well, Rock could show up. I mean, the only thing I would say is, you know, I don't know that he will. He could show up. It would be interesting to hear from The Rock and see what The Rock had to say. I don't think it necessarily needs that, but listen, if we're going to be able to go into a show where we're going to be getting the Rock, they'll get no complaints from me. That's a bona fide big segment, you know? It's just, I don't know. I feel like we've just done some really good work there, and I would worry that The Rock will not confuse things, but sort of just get in the way a little bit. I feel like that segment was brilliant, and I'll take more of those kinds of segments between Cena and Cody. Like, we didn't need to just do that once. We could have done it more than that. Oh, no, what's this? Oh. Yeah, look, they're talking about Triple H and Cactus Jack. Are they putting the street fight in, or is this just a key match? Because this match deserves to go into the Hall of Fame. It was actually one that was in my video. I don't think they're putting another moment in, are they? It's probably just for Triple H's career, but it's very cool to see them highlighting this match. Because it is an amazing match. And it should go in at some point. It does raise the question, though, like, should you put in more than one match moment each year? You probably should, really. Probably should. I mean, we put more than one person into the Hall of Fame, so why would we only put one match in? Yeah, and it is for Triple H. Triple H goes into the Hall of Fame Friday, April 18th. Oppola said, Daze, what's happening with The Rock? Is he no longer a part of this storyline? It's weird that he's not been a part of the nights coming up to Mania. He had a little mention, didn't he, about today. There was a mention, I'm not the one that sold out to The Rock. So we did get that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no word on the street, really. The belief was that he was going to be part of one of these Raws, but I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that since since we got on the tour. Since we've been on the tour, I haven't heard that news. So I don't know if his schedule just got busy. I mean, the UFL has started. Who are these boomers? Kate Nash. She was in the show Glow, which is quite an old show now, to be honest. That's not Charlie Brooker. There's Charlie Brooker. Charlie Brooker. Lewis Capaldi is back around again. Is Kate Nash an actress now? She was, well, I think she's done a couple of things, but Glow was her biggest role. She's known more for being a singer. And you know, actually, I saw years ago, I saw a documentary on Kate Nash because she had a really big first album that came out, right? And a big song called Foundations. And I remember seeing a documentary about her and what it was like being touring America, being on the road. Do you know who her drummer was on that tour? Years ago. Alicia Taylor. Very first time I saw Alicia Taylor was not WWE. She was the drummer for Kate Nash on a tour. That was the first time I ever saw Alicia Taylor. And then when I saw Alicia Taylor in NXT, I was like, isn't that the drummer from Kate Nash's documentary? And it was. I went back and double checked and it was. So I have no idea kind of how that all worked out. But yeah, first time I ever saw Alicia Taylor was not in NXT or not even in wrestling. It was in a documentary to do with flipping Kate Nash. So yeah, she was a musician. I don't know how she got the role of being in Glow, but she ended up being in Glow. And actually, I thought she did well. I think she got her boobs out at one point as well, so I'm definitely here for that. A good show, Glow was actually. It was a shame that didn't get extended, didn't continue. Right, Gunther, the ring general, is making his way down to the ring. Dormouse, hello, my friends, said, can we ask the members in factions if they are on Discord, if they can message me what faction they're in so that I can make a faction chat channel? That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Maybe a championship channel. I mean, to be honest, there's only the factions and the championship, isn't there? Bella sounded, we are underway with our next match. Yeah, well, there we go. If you play the championship game, get in touch with Dormouse. Looks like there's a space being created on the Discord. You can get to the Discord. The link's in every video that gets uploaded. It's in the description. I was in there the other day. It was really fun. Popped in there for an hour, hanging out with people. And, big boot there by Gunther. Big boot by the ring general. Got Jay on the outsides. Boom! Into the barricades. Chop coming in there by Gunther. So right now we've got another chop coming in there by Gunther. This could be a good match, this Jimmy and Gunther, yeah. I think it'll be key. Oh, into the barricade hard. I think it'll be key on the road to WrestleMania. Poor Gunther, says Tony. Daze, do we think the Women's World Championship rematch could end up in chaos tonight? I do. This is a really good Raw so far. Excellent opening promo. Then we had the surprise of the return of Tyler Bate, which is good for the UK crowd. Now we've got Jimmy and Gunther. Against the ropes goes Jimmy. Gunther goes down to the outside. Jimmy going back against the ropes, through the ropes. Collides into Gunther. He did. His head just went hard down on the ground. Let's end this poll for the first one. So, first match, New Catch Republic versus New Day. Jimmy going up. Oh, he didn't look brilliant in the air there. Okay, Gunther's going up. Jimmy Uso. Jimmy Uso climbing up. He's looking for a superplex. Gets it! Big superplex there by Jimmy. How come we don't see Dominic and Liv together anymore? I think it's just a tour thing, to be honest. Kick out, shoulder up. I mean, she's still talking about him as she's battling with Rhea. But I don't know what they've got Dominic doing. But I think it's just a tour thing. I like this time slot, but it's also a pain. I finish at 3 Eastern, so I'm always about 20 minutes behind, said Alex. Bang. I mean, it would be fine if it was always this time, to be honest. But obviously, we're going to be going back to late nights next week in the UK. I'm no good if my schedule gets mixed up. Like I need just consistency, really. So, but listen, life is not always going to be perfect. You got to roll with the punches, and it's been nice having the European crowds. But it will be nice to get back to the usual time. Gunther in the ring as the fans are chanting away. Maggie said, I like this time as well. Hello, I enjoyed Eid today with my family. Amin, shout out to you, buds. Pleased to hear that it went well. Sarmad said, I've got a question. How long did it take to realise that you could run YouTube channel as a full-time job? I didn't do it full-time for 2 years. So it was 2 years, and honestly, it was a massive gamble because I was in a job I loved. I loved working in retail, and I had a lot of friends, I had a lot of good times, I had great relationships, I got on well with my bosses. I was very fortunate in that when I woke up, I did not dread going to work. I've actually been really fortunate with that. Ever since I started working with retail, I've loved it. I've really loved it. And I think like working with CDs and DVDs means that I always got to listen to the latest music and talk about music, talk about films. Maybe if I was working in a clothes shop, I'd be bored because that's just not me. I'm not bothered by clothes, as you can tell. I'm quite happy to just get 20 of the same shirt and just wear that. I really don't care about clothes. I don't care about clothes, don't care about cars. I am someone that loves music, TV shows, documentaries, comedies, you know. The odd film. I'm not a big film buff, but I like a good film. But yeah, I love music and stuff like that. So 15 years I did that, and I flipping loved it. So honestly, it was a tough one. I didn't know what to do. I could see that this was going well and that there was an interest here and we were creating content people were engaging with. So it's like, I'd reached the point where I couldn't do any more unless I did step away. And I was like, I just don't know. I mean, what I can tell you is I worked in retail for 15 years. I've been doing this for 9 years. And I can tell you that from a money point of view, the money in retail was better for me. I made more money when I was in retail than I do doing this, which will surprise people. I think there's ways you could probably make more money. I mean, we don't have any sponsors, for example. Maybe if I was to sell my soul to sponsors and every few minutes I was, you know, telling you about different products and whatever, you know, I'm sure that would bump things up. But yeah, this is not what it's made out to be. Everyone thinks this is like... When people think of YouTubers, they just think of Logan and KSI and Mr. Beast. They just think of the top end, you know? It's kind of like if you tell someone you're a singer, not everyone that's a singer or in a band is having the success of Taylor Swift, you know? Not everyone is Coldplay or flipping Kendrick Lamar, you know? There's plenty of artists out there putting out albums that are struggling to just get by that are doing it full time, you know? So if you tell someone that you're doing this, I think automatically people think that, oh, well, you know, you must be making loads of money or whatever. It ain't that way. That's a massive myth. Oh, he could have got the 3 there, Gunther. But he actually picks Jimmy up. I think at the end of the day, and my advice to people would be, try and do something you love doing. If you do something you love doing, it never feels like work. And I had that with retail, and I have it now. I mean, when I wake up and do this now, I don't ever dread it. I don't ever go, oh, God, I don't want to stream today. I do sometimes wake up and think, oh, God, I wish it wasn't this early. But I never think like, oh, God, I don't want to stream. I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to watch wrestling. I've never think that. So I'm very, very fortunate. But I've said so many times, I'd be thrilled. There'd be no problems whatsoever if I was still in retail. I loved that job. Right now, Gunther has got Jimmy and keeping him down. And finally, he chokes him out. So he could have beaten him a bit earlier than that. but he did not. Michael Cole said, for every week that passes by, I fear more and more for Jay. Now, is he going to attack him? This is where I expect him to beat him up. That's what I'm expecting. Gunther looks like he's going to walk away. He's stepping through the ropes. He's looking back. Jimmy is down and he is getting back in the ring. And he's going over. He's grabbing Jimmy. And he's choking him again. So Jimmy has just lost. This was meant to be a morale boost for Jay. And of course, it takes Jay no time to come down and break this up. As Jimmy is being choked out, Jay is running as fast as he can down to the ring. Takedown there of Gunther. Gunther rolling out the ring. Jay is right out after him. They're fighting on the outside. Gunther going through the crowds. And Jay shouting out at Gunther. I kind of feel like that beatdown could have been more vicious. I kind of feel like Gunther could have even got a bit of blood from Jimmy there. So it actually didn't go as far as I thought it would, but still, message sent. Jimmy thought this was going to be easy. It was not. Not only did he lose the match, but he then starts getting choked out after. And if that was meant to be a morale boost for Jey Uso, I'm not sure that it worked very well. I think we've just gone commercial break as well, so we are actually sticking with the action, so this is quite interesting. Jimmy is still down. The crowd are chanting. I don't know if a stretcher or something is coming down. This probably should have been a stretcher job, actually. But right now he's in there. He's trying to help his brother get back up to his feet. Uso chants as Jimmy is trying to get up. And he is finally up. He goes back down again. He is all out of sorts. And he slumps back down. So as we said, we are at commercial break at the moment. Let's get the poll up for that second one. Alex said he just got choked out. Why would he need a stretcher? Because had we have done the beat down a different way, we could have had a stretcher. It probably should have been a stretcher job. I wouldn't have had him choke him. I would have had him get some blood. Would have had a stretcher come down. Brony said, it feels like they separated Gunther and Ludwig. It looks like they're just both on their own now. Yeah, there was a few segments where Gunther was kind of saying, you need to, you know, fly the nest. You need to stand on your own 2 feet. So I think they are very much digging into that. And we've seen Ludwig around that kind of mid-card picture. We've actually got some people that have come down. He's complaining about his neck. We've got a bit of a doctor that's down there. Doctor's having a little look to check the neck's still there. And it is still there. That is confirmed. It's still there. Neck's still there. So that's a good sign. You're not really missing out on much. It's quite a slow moment, this, to be honest. It's a bit random, but is Sheamus injured? No, he's been wrestling on house shows. I just don't think there's anything in creative for him at the moment. But he's been on this tour. I thought the Doctor was Caden Carter at first, said Alex. She has got that vibe, yeah. I wonder if she could do the dance. He must be about to do a promo when the commercial ends. Maybe. But he's currently having to help Jimmy to the back here. So I think we're going to go back with Jay helping Jimmy. To the back. Here's Gunther again! Here's Gunther! Ah, let's go. Gunther from He waited for the flipping commercial break. Boom! Into the ring steps. Gunther's going to mess both of the Usos up now. So we've got Jay down. Jimmy already feeling the effects. Having been in a match. Boom. Shot coming in. Shot coming in there by the Ring General. Gunther looked like he was about to plant Jay onto those ring steps. Now he's getting a security guard. Boom! Powerbomb! Big boot. And again. Oh my God, it's not just the Usos he's murking. It's loads of people that he's murking. Jay goes into the ring posts. Right now, what's he got there? He's got some cable ties. Shot coming in. Is he gonna cable tie him to the ropes or something? Maybe do something whilst he makes him watch him beat up his brother some more. That would be excellent if that's what we're doing. He's raking the eyes. So he's got him cable tied at the moment. Yeah, he is. He's zip tying him. He's zip tying him. So what's he going to do now whilst he's zip tied? He's going over and he's grabbing Jimmy. Boom! Into the barricade goes Jimmy. And there is nothing that Jay can do. Jay is tied to the ropes. Big boot there by Gunther. And Gunther is just showing that he is in control. He's got to make this count, though. He's got Jay in a very vulnerable position. He's mocking him. Come on, Jay. Gunther holds up that championship. I still want to see him murk Jimmy, like really get blood. You're this close, Jay. You're this close. You're out of my league. You're no tough guy. So he's cable tied. He shows him the belt. Jimmy climbing up gets nailed with that championship. Look what I've done to your brother. Jay, cable tied to the ropes. Touch it, touch it. This is kind of very playground from Gunther, isn't it? Do you want it? Do you want the belt? You can't have the belt. Go on, you can't touch it. Big Jim, there's blood! Yes! Just bleed! Jimmy, with that crimson mask, is in the ring. Look at Jay now. Jay desperately trying to break free. Boom! Powerbomb! Powerbomb! And there is nothing Jay can do. Oh my, look at the blood on his arm. Bang! Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this. Bang! Bang! Mate, in a moment, Rikishi's going to come down. So this is a big family. This is a big family. There's more than Jay in this family. I don't think Gunther knows. The fight is starting here. He's got Jimmy's blood on his body. He drags him over. He drags him over to Jay. Oh my God, this is so good. I mean, not for Jimmy. Dude, where's Naomi? Where's Naomi? Mate, he's trying to get his head off. He's trying to get his head off. He's legit trying to remove his head from his body. Oh my God. What? Oh my God. It's like a horror film. It's like a horror film. It's covered. He's absolutely flipping cut. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. Mate, there wasn't this much blood in Carrie. There isn't this much blood in the local hospital. Oh my God. What the hell is wrong with you? Mate, oh my God, why are the commentators not commentating? Why don't we have commentators pleading for assistance? Commentators, flipping do your jobs. He's just murdered a man in the ring and you're acting like nothing's happening. The mat is sacred. It's all about competition. Oh my God, they should be screaming for this to stop. They should be screaming for people to come down. He's nothing but a bully. Wade Barrett is like, watch what you're saying. He's quite close to us. That was amazing. This Raw has been so good. This has been so good. Imagine what JR would be like here. Yeah, it's got a family, damn it. Good God almighty. You son of a... Yeah, oh my God, yeah. Instead, they're all just sat there watching it play out. JR would be losing. He would. He flipping would. You son of a... Instead, they're all just sat there like, whoa, this is a shame. This is... let's file this under unfortunate. Right. Great, really good show, though. Ashman said the road to WrestleMania has started. Now, yeah, what we're going to get is we'll get Triple H coming out after this show, and he'll be like, does it feel like the road to WrestleMania has started now? Does it feel like it started now? Shut up. Should have flipping started 2 months ago, you boomer. But at least you're giving it us now, so thank you. Thanks, buddy. Love you. Right, we are just looking back at that segment from SmackDown. Amin, shout out to you. Tell us how you really feel about that line, said Adrian. That was good. That was a hell of a brutal beatdown. I've got some bad news. 3-man booth? I mean, I like Wade's. I don't know why we've got a 3-man booth tonight, but none of them were any good in that moment. Not even Michael Cole, who's normally excellent in those moments. We would have been so disappointed if it just would have stopped after that chokeholds. I thought it had. I thought that was it. I really was looking for more. I mean, all I can... How do you even word that? I mean, he just got murdered. We just saw a man get murdered. Yeah, I mean, that is the biggest thing that's happened in this story. We've had the biggest thing outside of the actual turn. We've had the biggest moment from Cena Cody tonight. Apart from Jay winning the Rumble, we've had the biggest moment in Jay Gunther tonight. We had the return of new No Court Catch crew and Tyler Bates back to looking like, you know, a badass. He looks really good. I really am so pleased about that. So that was great. I mean, honestly, this has been 1 hour 22. We've got about an hour left to go. This has been a fantastic episode of Raw so far. Really have enjoyed this. Let's end the poll so that we're nice and clean and up to date. Daze, that person that was beefing with you on X, you should have blocked them. I wasn't really too worried about that, to be honest with you, bud. I think it was just someone that was a bit frustrated that they had made a mistake. And I think, like, they put their feedback on in the wrong place and they made a mistake. And I think rather than just going, yeah, okay, my bads, like, they kind of pushed back and they were like, no, it was your fault. You should have been clearer. It's like, dude, come on. I didn't see that as a... I didn't see it as a biggie, to be honest, but I think they just didn't back down, did they? And then they started getting into arguments with other people, and I think they just made it a hell of a lot worse for themselves, so... there's not really anything else that needs to be said there. I think it's just a real unfortunate situation. I tell you what, though, I saw the community showing their fangs. I was like, oh, tell you what, if anyone comes after us... They're cooked. They're cooked. If ever anyone comes after this community, I'll tell you, we're getting ready for war. Just quietly in the background, I've said we're going to unleash an army on other communities soon. We'll get WrestleMania out the way first. Right. What have I missed? Community War? No, it hasn't started yet. It hasn't started. Ellis Stubb said it feels like we're producing a lot of these types of angles that we've been wanting, these deep-cut, purposeful angles that are meant to characterize WrestleMania season. I love the effectiveness this show has, said Ellis Stubb. Yeah. Hey, welcome to WrestleMania season. This is how it should have been. These kind of really good, compelling, engaging segments. This is what we've been missing. And it's not that you can only do, I don't want this, right? I ain't going to tolerate this. People go in, here's your WrestleMania. No. One show does not make WrestleMania season. Yeah, we don't get excited because there's going to be one good show. Like, we expect this is what it should be like, but throughout March, throughout February. So it's lovely that it's here, but... Mate, it's the 31st of March, you know? Okay, here's Judgment Day talking to Dom and Liv being together. Judgment Day, a well-oiled machine. Hard luck last week, says Finn. Oof, passive-aggressive. Hard luck on your loss last week. There was a lovely little moment where I think he thought she was checking him out. We need to talk about what? Summer and Lyra. Bailey and Lyra. We need to talk about Bailey and Lyra. We're not going to do Bailey and Lyra against Liv and Raquel, are we? At WrestleMania. Who's coming out now? Is this Braun? Penta. Zero miedo. When's Dom ever going to find out that he was in Liv's hotel room long time ago, says Matty. I don't know what's happening there with that. Was that just a way of getting her into Judgment Day, or is there something more to that? Penta making his way down. That would mean no Bailey Roxanne, and that would suck as well, said Austin. It could just be a stop on the road to WrestleMania. Maybe it's nothing more than that. Don't know. Daze, CM Punk is not main event in WrestleMania. Is main event in night one. That's hardly anything special. That's main event in WrestleMania, bud. Closing night one is closing WrestleMania. James said, Daze, we got blood in that segment. Does that now diminish the chances of Cena destroying Cody at the end of the show? That's a good point. I personally don't think that matters too much. I think that segment needed that. You could make the argument they could have delayed the Gunther beatdown of Jimmy till next week and done the blood there instead. So does it diminish it? I suppose it could do, but it really would not bother me if we do it again later and we have Cody bleeding later as well. I do understand that you don't want like loads of blood because it sort of takes the impact away. Like, I do understand that. But with WrestleMania season, you are trying to build so many stories, and you do have 2 days worth of stories that you're building. So, you know, you are really trying to make as many captivating storylines as possible. It does mean that you are going to find yourself in these situations. So it's a good shout. Yeah. It maybe does diminish it a little bit, but I hope that's not a reason why we don't do it, you know? Here's Bron Breakker. Kevin said, do we find the countdown in the top corner annoying? I never see it. I've actually got, what I have is I have Netflix open, but it doesn't fill the whole screen. It fills 3/4. And then the extra bit, I've got me and I've got the thing. So I just have that permanently recording. So if ever I want to go back and pull a certain section out for a reaction clip or some key moment, I've got everything recorded. So, but it actually just overlaps slightly. They don't quite both fit on the screen perfectly. So I never see the clock in the corner. That part is actually chopped off. So I never see it. So, no, would be the answer. Christopher said, HBK, Triple H, Kevin Nash, Undertaker, Kane, Royal Rumble 2027, Madison Square Garden. Upper said, I wouldn't call it main event in WrestleMania. Main event in WrestleMania is being the last match of the entire WrestleMania show. That's just not true. If you main event WrestleMania, you're closing out the show, aren't you? I mean, the fact that we've now got 2 nights instead of 1 means that we have 2 nights that you can close. So that means that you can close out night 1, you can close out night 2. I mean, I would agree with you that the bigger night to close is night 2. I don't think you're going to get any arguing on that the bigger night of the 2 to close is night 2. But I think you will get pushback and will get argument that closing night 1 is not main event in WrestleMania, you know? Because closing out night 1, you are closing out that day of WrestleMania. You are closing out the Saturday. You are ending the show. You are ending. There's people that only go to one day. Not everyone buys tickets to go to both days. So there's some people that can't do that and they go to just one day. I mean, that is the day they attend. If you could only go to one day, you would go to the second day. I agree with you that the second day is the bigger day. But no, I don't agree with that. That if you main event the first day, you haven't really main evented WrestleMania. I think that there is a bigger achievement. It's a little bit like, I tell you the way I see it. If you win the World Heavyweight Championship, you're World Heavyweight Champion. If you're Gunther and you've got that World Heavyweight title, you are World Heavyweight Champion. But have you won the biggest belt in the company? I would say no. I would say there is another level you can go to. There is a level above that. Gunther's got the World Heavyweight Championship, is the World Heavyweight Champion, but there is another level. That's the WWE Championship. So if you main event night 1, you have main evented WrestleMania. But is there a bigger level you can go to? Another? Yes, there is. And that would be to main event night 2. But I think to have the notion that you haven't really main evented WrestleMania is like disrespectful to those that do it, you know. So, you know, we'd be saying that Bianca and Sasha hadn't main evented WrestleMania. We'd be saying that Sami and Kevin and the Usos hadn't main evented WrestleMania. Whereas to me, they all have, but it is also true there is a bigger night that they could main event, which would be night 2. Right, here's Judgment Day. I'm not going to watch WWE until the Wyatts return, said Wu-Tang. Joe said, I acknowledge you. You sit at the head of the table of the boomers. Joe, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the kind words, and I hope you've been enjoying the show tonight. It's been a really good show. I mean, we've got about an hour left to go, and it's been a really, really good show. I can't believe how fast it's gone by as well. I mean, there's been so many talking points. It's been excellent. It's been excellent. So, here's Dominic, here's Finn, Braun, and Penta all in there as well. Odin's son said, let's hope that we get the return of the hardcore title. We haven't seen that title, have we? That was under a cloth. Man United Hodge says, big up, shout out to you. Der Ring General said, we need Santino back. That's what she said. Said, I want the favor to be that Punk gets added to Cody Cena. Mackenzie said, Braun will get the World Heavyweight Championship this year. Albert, shout out to you. Anna said, I never knew you was in retail. That's new information. I've mentioned it a few times, and yeah, I loved it. I loved it. I had a great time. If you work in retail, I hope you enjoy it. I know many people that work in retail that sadly don't. I think retail has got really hard in recent years because just not as many people are on the high streets anymore. We know that like a lot of companies are struggling, and you know where you've got those struggles with, you know, cutbacks and reduced headcounts and less money coming through the tills. That certainly does not make things easier. It's always a lot easier when the shops are busy, there's loads of people around, you're making money, and the bosses are happy, and you know what I mean? Like, and there's good vibes. But like at the moment, I don't think there's too many good vibes on the high street. But I hope people are enjoying it if they're in retail. Chet, shout out to you, my friend. There's certain things like grocery stores, like working at Walmart or Tesco's or something like that. I mean, people are always going to need their food. So, I mean, that side of it, I can't imagine has diminished. But even there, people get like deliveries now, don't they? Online deliveries. I used to get online deliveries in Southampton, but I'll probably do that when I get my own place as well. Go back to online deliveries. My mum hates them, though, because she always said that you don't get the freshest ingredients. If ever you buy stuff, like the sell-by dates are usually rubbish and stuff like that. And if you buy fresh produce, it's not the best if you get it, like, through the delivery system. But, I don't know. I'd rather do that than have to pop to the shops, you know. Big chop there by Penta. Let's go back. I think we are at commercial break at the moment. Boom, big crossbody. 1, 2. Kick out. Days, when you get your own place, you need a housewarming party, said Finley. Let's go. Let's go. I tell you, when I get my own place, it's going to be a nightmare because I'm going to need a room or something where I can make noise. I mean, these aren't the quietest of streams. You know, when things are going down and there's big, like, fun moments, like, we're not shy of being enthusiastic. So the concern is that at 1, 2, 3 in the morning, I'm going to need a place that's going to be able to... I'm going to need a basement or no neighbors. But it does mean, like, getting a flat or something like that is, like, kind of out the question. In the corner goes Penta. Macarai said, Daze, if it turns out to be a fatal four-way between these at Mania, I think Dom will win by screwing Finn out of the win and throwing him out of the ring, said Macarai. Amin said, do you like April Fools or not? No, I can't stand them. I mean, like, when I was a kid, I found them entertaining, and I still like when the companies do them, you know, and the companies like can come up with some really fun ones. But to be honest, the average person doing them are normally pretty cringe. And normally when content creator, maybe there's been some really good ones from content creators, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time when it comes to April Fools, like, some people can do them really wrong, can put out something really serious and then be like, I was only joking. And people are like, dude, that's not cool. That's not funny. Like, people can get them really wrong. And then also, sometimes you can put something out that people are actually excited by. And then when it turns out to be an April Fool's, people are disappointed that that's not now happening. It's a bit of a minefield, to be honest with you. It's a bit of a minefield to not put something out that's going to disappoint people or anger people, or I don't know. I think some of the companies can do some excellent ones, you know. Claim they're putting out some really random product and people are like, what are you doing that for? That's crazy. And then it's like April Fools. And it's just a bit, you know, harmless. But no, I promise you won't get anything out of me. I haven't partook in them. I might have done something back in the day. I really can't remember, though. But anyone else notice how Braun is to be honest, I'll be asleep anyway. You've got to do it by 12 midday, haven't you? That's something else that doesn't work. It has to be done by 12 midday, but there's different time zones all around the world. So, like, it doesn't quite work. I don't know if that rule still exists. It used to be it had to be done by midday. You couldn't, if it was past 12, then you missed it. Suplex there by Dominic. This match will either end in a DQ or Dirty Dom is going to take the pin, said A. Jobson. But April Fools can be dangerous, said James. Yeah, it is a real easy one to get wrong. It's a real easy one that you can really, you know, botch. That's why I don't bother with it. I don't. It's not worth it. You could maybe put something out that's a bit fun. I mean, I would never put anything out that was serious. You could maybe put something out about how, like, Cody Rhodes is gonna... Rumors are Cody Rhodes is gonna wrestle the main event as Stardust. Something like that. Following the promo on Raw, it's been confirmed by sources. I wouldn't name anyone. Because, again, that's dangerous. If you say it's been confirmed by Fightful, well, that's not cool, is it? Because they haven't said that. So you'd have to just say sources. It's been confirmed by internal sources that Cody is actually going to wrestle the main event as Stardust. Something like that. Oh, look at that. Suplex by Braun. Very impressive. Dangerous as well, though, because they were, like, starting to tip over and, like, their necks were kind of being twisted a little there. As he was holding their heads, you could see their bodies going. Down goes Finn. Tag being made. Penta going up. Penta is perched. Here we go. Finn on the shoulders of Braun. Plants him. Braun. Oh, save made there by Dom. I swear to God, if Jimmy costs his brother the title again, says A. Jobson. Okay, Finn Balor is down at the moment. Jared, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the gifted membership. Very kind. Okay, we've got Penta over in the corner. Carlito has jumped up on the edge of the ring. Penta is on that middle rope. He comes down looking for that destroyer, but he can't get it. He's back over against the ropes. Here's Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker gonna look to deliver a spear. Oh, no. Oh, he spears Penta. Bron Breakker spears Penta. Goes over. Through the ropes goes Bron. Dominic through the ropes. Drop kick. Bron goes down. Right now, Finn Balor climbing up. Finn Balor is perched. Boom! Connects! 1, 2, 3. Wow. Finn pins Penta. After a coup de grace. Penta's first pinfall loss. Lots of outside interference by Carlito. Penta down. Get your match scores in for that. We're backstage with Adam Pearce. Here's Chad Gable. El Grande. I'm told you're still not feeling well. Oh, yeah, he's got a bad cough, actually. Doctor's, he's got a note. Raw is in Chad's hometown. El Grande wrestles next week. It's official. Doctor's orders. Why is it got WWE letterheading? Oh. Alpha Academy. Chad calling Otis an idiot. Barges past him. Maxine. Oh, yeah. Maxine has got some ideas. Okay. One man dead show. Tickets available now. But that's what she said. Hannah said, Daze, what is your full analytic thoughts on the show? Sometimes it feels like Dwayne is playing John like a fiddle to get under Cody's nerves to eventually get him to work for him. Okay. I really like the show. I think this has been the best Raw maybe of the year. It's a really strong offering. Excellent Cody Cena segment at the start. Really enjoyed seeing Tyler Bate back. The beatdown by Gunther was exceptional. I mean, the blood. There was so much blood. So much blood. I've got my criticisms of that segment, and it's not really anything. Well, it's nothing to do with Jimmy or Gunther. But I thought it was really, really good. So. Yeah, I'm not getting carried away by this episode. I'm not like, oh my God, this is all time type situation. But is it better than what we've been seeing? Yes. The general consensus was that SmackDown was a little bit better than what we've been getting. This is 1,000,000 times better than what we've been getting. This is a huge improvement. Easily the best show on the European tour. Either the best Raw or it's up there with the best Raws. And I would say, you know, the strongest show, maybe in WrestleMania season as well, outside of Elimination Chamber. Okay, we got Carrion and Scarlett. My favorite bad guy is the phenomenal AJ Styles, says Carrion. There's a ruthless... I forgot about that. We've still got Logan to come, haven't we? That's a shame. That's a shame. Logan Paul. Here's AJ. That tag match was the worst thing on the show. Yeah, the recent thing, that last thing, I agree. I agree. It came low an hour and a half into the show. Here's AJ. I don't know what we're going to get out of this. I mean, I know people aren't really engaged with Logan. Carrion got no pop. He's just a bit cold, isn't he? I mean, I think people like Carrion, but you've got to do something with him. AJ making his way down. WWE should release Cross. What is he doing these days? He's a good talent, but he really struggles to get creative to invest in him. I mean, really, following the Wyatt Six thing, he started a little summit with Sammy, but Sammy was already in a feud with Kevin, and so that didn't go anywhere. And then as soon as Sammy's been on the shelf since that match, he's now turned his attention to AJ, but AJ's seemingly about to go into a feud with Logan, so I'm hoping there's a long-term story strategy, but it is very poor the way that they use Carrion. Very poor. They're just showing us WWE Worlds. Hannah said at this point, it wouldn't be surprising if the Wyatt Six isn't booked for WrestleMania. And even months after WrestleMania, people keep speculating things, but it doesn't happen. What if they quietly split? Oh. Penta having a go at Braun. Watch your mouth, says Braun. Watch your mouth. Okay, AJ Styles in the ring. We need the Wyatt Six back. Yeah, I don't think we get the Wyatt Six in a match at WrestleMania. Word on the street is Alexa will be in a match at WrestleMania, and their presence should be felt. But yeah, well, look, we know, I feel like we keep saying the situation. I feel like there's been a lot of drama, a lot of problems behind the scenes. We know that Bo got cleared about a month ago, but they've been on this European tour, and I think they've said, let's not do anything during the European tour. So it'll be very interesting once we're off the European tour to see, what we do with Wyatt Six and Alexa. AJ in the ring then. Logan Paul. Boos for Logan. I'm tired of waiting. If you've got something to say to my face, come out here and say it right now. Here's Logan. Guys, get excited. Get excited. Is this new music? This sounds like new music. Logan Paul making his way down. Why did he rip that Prime sign? Making his way down as the crowd are... Are they chanting, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Logan making his way down. Yeah, this isn't it. I've never heard this theme before. I don't know why he's got this theme. Let's see what he's about to say then. Booze ringing out. Yeah, they're booing him. Loved by everyone as they boo him out the building. Who are you is the chant. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? If I want to make you wait, you'll do as you're told, says Logan. I think we've got a shut the F up chant breaking out now. Shut the F up. London ain't going to put up with this, by the way. Shut the F up is being chanted. Shame. I came out here to... No, don't bother. I'm a dad now, says Logan. Shut the up. Crowd go back to boo him. No one's listening. I forgive you for what you did to me at Madison Square Garden. What did he do? I can't remember. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? You know exactly who I am. I've got a daughter too, said AJ. I forgive you too. AJ Styles chants. J Styles. AJ Styles. AJ Styles. Boos as Logan talks. The crowd are very much making this segment. I forgive you, Logan, for being the biggest douchebag to ever step in a WWE ring. You brag about your success and your money. But these fans don't care about that. Talent will only get you so far. Matt Pete said the crowd's annoying. They keep interrupting. Hannah said, Daze, also it feels like all the vignettes and the QR stuff was for nothing. They stopped showing up. We no longer know what the end goal was in WWE. It feels like rinse and repeat if they do go back. Prime is shiz is the chant. That's actually upsetting by the looks of it there. That's a great chant. We're in London, England. This is Monday Night Raw. I've got my gear on and I'm standing right here in the middle of the ring, says AJ. Logan says he's done talking. Logan Paul does not fight for free. Everyone here is broke. He's pointing to people saying you're broke. I bet you spent your whole life savings for a front row seat for what? Just so Logan can call you poor. Crowd are chanting, shut the F up. Alex said, I love the UK fans. They're always throwing the jerk off hand signal. Love it. Shut the F up is the chant. I think this crowd did slightly get to Logan, actually. Logan gets out the ring. Right now, we've got them over by the commentary table. In the ring goes Logan. So there's a bit of a brawl at the moment. AJ down. Logan standing over him. Logan is maybe the most zero-dimensional character. There's nothing there. His gimmick is that he's a jerk and that he's a rich a-hole. It's boring. No one cares, says LS Dub. YouTube wanker, I think is what they're saying. Yes. Yes. That is a very, very creative chant. Yes. I wish they'd have broke that out before his music hit, because the music sort of cut it off. That woman sticking up the middle finger. Okay, we're backstage with Lyra. Whoa, that was maybe the best chant, and it was unfortunately as the music kicked in. Lyra said, I've got to thank Bayley. I love it so much that she's got my back. But I can stand on my own 2 feet. Bayley is the one person that's beaten me since I won this. That's true, she did. I need to prove to myself that I can and will beat her. So she wants to defend against Bayley. That's prompted, hey, Bayley chants. Brony said Lyra has had the most uneventful and boring title run out of every champion, which is a shame because she was amazing in NXT. And dun, 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 dun. I've got a feeling Alexa Nia is going to be a match at WrestleMania, said Danny, where Candice and Nia attack her and the Wyatts save her. Then she has a way in with the Wyatts. Max said, are they going to book Logan to win at Mania? They could do, but they could do. Honestly, the booking of AJ in recent times has not been brilliant. Daze says he likes long comments, but when I write a long comment, he doesn't read all of it, said Brony. Alex said, I imagine Roxanne will interfere in that IC title match next week. That's a good shout. Have we just forgotten about Bailey Roxanne? No, I like that. I like that comment. I think we could just get we could get some interference. They're just showing a replay of Jimmy getting beaten down. So we are seeing, is that Chicago? No, that's Minneapolis. That's where we are next week. We're in Chicago for SmackDown, aren't we? So Lyra against Bailey is going to be next week. Wow. Yeah, Roxanne getting involved in that makes a lot of sense. El Grande Americano on the show, and there was a big cheer there as that was shown. El Grande is getting over. Seth Rollins is going to be on the show next Monday as well. Seth freaking Rollins on the show next week. Okay, here is Bianca. Why isn't Bailey on any of the international shows, said Scottish Nightmare. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I mean, she made the save last week, so she's been on the tour. Here's Bianca making her way down then. This is going to be our main event spot, isn't it? Jay said, I don't recall seeing Roxanne on any show on the international tour. I don't think she has been. Logan has been at that Baller League with KSI, says Liam. Austin said Seth should win at Mania by double pinning Roman and Punk. Bianca making her way down. I never needed you at all. Okay, Bianca in the ring. Dormouse said, anyone that is in Discord and in a faction, please message me with the name of your faction so that I can add you to the faction channel. Much love. Don't like this outfit. I don't really get why she's referee. I'm massively confused. I think she was confused as well. We played that in the most recent Unseen. It's not Bianca Belair. It's Rhea Ripley versus Io Sky. Championship on the line. Bianca is guest ref. I'm the official, she says, pointing to her top. She's going over to the camera, pointing at her boob. Okay, so Bianca in the ring. She is going to be refereeing. I did love her video. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. Okay, Ronnie, shout out to you. Dun, 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 dun,
Ronnie Fraud X 401. Days we don't see Rock until the main event of WM. He screws Cody John gets 17. Cody Rock Raw after Mania. Rock tells Cody you broke my heart 1 year later. Cena Orton WM Backlash.
Cena Orton Backlash, yes. I could definitely see that going that way. Not seeing Rock till WrestleMania could happen as well. It's feeling less likely, isn't it, that we're going to get him here. We could still get something Cody Cena after this. I don't know that we will, but we could. But I'm not sure I'm expecting The Rock. I'm not sure too many people are. But then these are the moments where WWE could bring him out when you're least expecting him. So, I don't know. Big final 20-odd minutes left of the show.
Hannah W. Daze. It feels like head chef Hunter has booked the show right as he has seasoned the show very well and has made sure we have been fed. Would you say you ate well from this show with this close to? WM.
Yeah. I already know what's going to be said on social media. There's going to be a lot of, are people happy now? You know, everyone's been complaining. You've got this good show, blah, 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 blah. That's the kind of stuff you're going to see. It doesn't change where we've been. It doesn't change the honest criticisms, the fair criticisms that have been said about February and March and about how those shows have underwhelmed. Like, this show does not change any of that. But this has been an excellent show. So, yeah, I mean, obviously we want the best shows possible. We all want a WrestleMania season. This is what it looks like. This, to me, is what it looks like. This is what should be delivered for each of the shows. This is what I believe can be delivered for each of the shows. So, yeah, it's brilliant that it's here now, but it doesn't change what we've watched throughout February and March. So, but I know that's what's going to be said. There's a lot, there's no bigger WWE fans than, us in this community. We absolutely love it. We live it, right? But we love it so much that we can be critical of it when it doesn't match up to expectation. Oh, hello. Finn just said he won. You worked just as hard as he did. She's having a word with Dom here. I'm going to talk to Adam Pearce. Interesting. So, yeah, look, WrestleMania season, it's arrived. I think this has been a really good show. It'll get a lot of praise from me in the review, but I'm already prepared for reading people going, how does it feel now, blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, well, we should have had this in February. Here's Rhea. James, I did get your message lined up. See what James is saying.
James Chadwick, member. Days remember when Hangman cried about Logan stealing his move, the buckshot. Someone tweeted other day of someone using that move 20 to 30 years ago.
Oh, really? Interesting. Uppala's travels. See what Uppala's saying.
Opula's travels. Hey, Days. From each era of pro wrestling, can you name one wrestler that you thought was terrible and overhyped?
Not without really sitting down and really thinking about it. I think that's probably more a pre-show question as we kind of throw a few names around. There's a lot of different eras. There's a lot of names we could dig into. I'm trying to think of someone now. Like, that's what people would be most interested in. Someone that's overhyped right now. The easy answer is Jay, but that seems a bit lazy. Because obviously the in-ring doesn't match the hype. The in-ring, when the bell rings, the match quality hasn't been there since he's been a single star. But the hype is flipping off the charts, isn't it? So, but that seems a little cruel because I actually don't mind Jay. I get it. I get the purpose he serves. I get that he's there for the kids and he's, because again, I keep comparing him to the Ultimate Warrior, who might be the person I could have chose from the Golden Era. But I loved Warrior as well. I mean, he was overhyped because when the bell rang, you know, he couldn't really do a great deal. But he is seen as an absolute legend, isn't he? And I loved him as a kid. You know, when it was Hogan Warrior, I wanted Warrior to win. It's different in it. When you're a kid, you don't care. You just don't care. The things we care about as adults are not things you care about when you're a kid. As an adult, you do judge the wrestlers because you've seen so many in your time. You do judge them by how's their promos, what are their matches like, what's the presentation like, what's the creative like, what's the aura like, what's their personalities, charisma like, do they have good kill shots on the microphone, what's the selling like, match quality, blah, 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 blah. All of these different things you judge talent by. And the reason why you do that is because as you get older, you see so many different superstars and you see so much variation that you just sort of do it without thinking, really. You just sort of do it without thinking. Like, oh, that was good, but I think we needed a little bit more of this for it to really deliver. But when you're a kid, you don't think that. When you're a kid, you just, oh my God, I love it all. Everything's brilliant. So I loved everything about the Warrior. If you'd have asked me as a kid, would you change anything? I'd be like, no, just I want to see more of him. That's all I would have said. But as an adult now, I can look back and hear the stories about how much of a nightmare he was, and I can recognize that there was some severe limitations there, and he wasn't a very good person. It's kind of a shame that we raised and elevated someone that was such a bad person. I saw a clip, actually, of The Undertaker talking about Warrior, and he said that at an airport, kid came over to Warrior, and he was like, excuse me, Mr. Warrior, can I get an autograph? Apparently, he had a right go at this kid. And that was not unusual for him to do that. Apparently, Undertaker went over, and he was like, Jim, because that was his name, real name. You can't be doing that. And like Undertaker had to have a word with the Ultimate Warrior at an airport back in the flipping late 80s, it'd be more early 90s, wouldn't it? Early 90s. Because he was off with kids wanting autographs. Everyone has bad days, but, oh, mate, there's loads of them stories around. So it's a little bit of a shame that we elevated such a moody person, but as a kid, you don't know about those things and you don't care about his limitations. So I sort of get that same vibe with Jay. A little bit limited in the ring, but he's got that connection, hasn't he, with the fans. EO Sky chants ringing out as both of these participants have come down. Aaron, hello, my friend. I hope you're doing well. See what Aaron's got to say.
Aaron Hanrahan, member. Would you keep Cody off TV if Cena is we don't want to cool down what they built tonight? Bring him for dark matches and the go home.
That's an excellent question because I agree. You don't really want to cool down. I think I would have Cody on TV, but I would have other people come in and talking to him. We did a segment between him and Randy, which was really interesting. I think you could probably do something along those lines. I don't know who you would have come out, though. But having Cody in the ring and then having someone come out to give Cody some advice. Maybe someone that has been in quite a few wars with Cena that can sort of tell Cody what he's in for, you know? And maybe reveal some details or some stories that we've not heard before. You know, perhaps this side of Cena has shown itself backstage at times and we haven't heard about that. I think that we could still add to this story and we could still get Cody on the show, but it's got to be a satisfying segment. It's got to be a segment that tells us something, gives us something. That's hard to do without Cena around, which means we're probably going to need to rely on another talent to come in and interrupt that knows Cena well, that can tell us something we don't know. Maybe add an extra wrinkle to the story somehow. Backflip. Perhaps Cena has spoke about Cody in the past in a private conversation, and perhaps the details of that conversation can be revealed. Perhaps we can have a superstar come out and say, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, Cody, for quite a while. And it's to do with John. And I think now is the time that I need to reveal what John said to me, or something like that. Something that's like, okay, what's this? Where's this going? Now, what was said would need to be, brainstormed in a creative meeting. You don't want something that's stupid. You don't want something that's irrelevant. I don't know. Perhaps it could be that John never believed in Cody, never thought that Cody would get there, and Cody all this time thought John did. But actually in private, John had revealed he hasn't got it. He hasn't got it. He'll never make it. Or something along those lines. And now that he did, perhaps this person wants to speak to Cody because he might say, seeing John come down and help you last year and celebrate with you after knowing what he's said to me in the past about you, it didn't sit right with me, Cody, and I should have said something last year, and I'm sorry. But I gotta tell you now, I think you could get a good, compelling segment out of that, to be honest. I think there's something you could do there without Cena being around. But yeah, a tricky one. Not an easy one to sit down and brainstorm, but you could brainstorm something. I think we might be at commercial break. Yeah, we are. We got a minute or so of this commercial break. Justin said, I grew up with Kane and Undertaker. They're still my all-time favourites, despite the politics. Oh, nice. Drop kick to the back there by EO, going for the pin, and kick out there by Rhea. Bianca has called it down the middle so far. Jamie, shout out to you. Let's see what Jamie's saying.
Jamie M. Stewart.
Chinlock.
I used to watch Goldberg in WCW as a kid and thought he was amazing when I watched him. Ha ha. It's changed now, of course. But yeah, I think they were back to the days where I believed it was real too.
Yeah. Jamie, shout out to you. I agree. As a kid, you just don't see it. I think as a kid, there's a lot of stuff you don't see. There's a lot of stuff that you just love it. But there's a magic to that. There's a magic to that. I envy that. I wish like that I could just watch the shows and just love everything we get, and every show be 10 out of 10. I mean, I do the review for each show, and I get people telling me even when a show's been poor, and a lot of people are saying this wasn't it, this wasn't what we needed, you still get people going 10 out of 10. That was amazing, you know? And I sense they might be younger. I sense they might be like younger members of our community. And I'm not throwing any shade. I get it. I've been there. I think we've all been there, where everything's just 10 out of 10. Everything's brilliant. Oh, my God. I love seeing Jay. He was on TV. He gets 10 out of 10 for that. I love seeing Seth. He was on my TV. The show gets 10 out of 10 for that. You know, that is how you are as a kid. If I watched an episode of Raw and Undertaker was on it, I don't care. It's 10 out of 10. I got to see Undertaker. But that doesn't last forever, you know? And then obviously we become a little bit more critical. I'd like to think our criticisms are fair, though. We only ever want the best for WWE. And, you know, I don't know that I can praise this show any more than I have. I think this show's been excellent. I've really enjoyed it. Lovely crossbody there by EO. I do think, though, that the tag match, the Judgment Day Braun tag match, was a step down. And I wasn't crazy about Logan and AJ segment, but I thought the crowd and their creative chants added to that segment. But this should be fun. With hopefully about 10 minutes to go. We do usually get to about the halfway point, but sometimes we can end a little earlier than that. So Rhea Ripley just slipping a little bit. She's down. Io's down. And we are seeing Bianca count 8. 9. Both women up, getting back in the ring. Both just beating that count. Just beating that count. So both women just getting back into the ring. Women's Championship on the line, of course. Shot coming in there by Rhea. Shot coming back there by Io. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Both women getting back up to their feet. Another big blow coming in there by Rhea. Open palm strike coming back there by Io. These two exchanging blows. Forearm strikes there by Io. Throwing away. Bianca back in the corner. Kick coming in there by Io. Boot coming in. No joy. Round the back. Looking for a German roll through. Boom! Stomp to the midsection. And Io is going to look for a moonsault. She's going over to the corner. She goes up top. She's perched. She's ready. Rhea comes in, throws in a big shot. Rhea has got Io on her shoulders. She's got her up in the air. I don't know where we're going here. She is trying to do like a poison Rana from up there. She's on the shoulders. She's got her on her shoulders. Oh my God! Damn! That was like a Samoan drop, but from the... How is that Rhea that's down? Wasn't that like a Samoan drop by Rhea? How did Io get the pin? She's on her shoulders. That move is a move. That's a move where Io just got dropped from the second rope like a monster super Samoan drop. But it was Io that ended up pinning Rhea. I think there was some confusion there. Io going up top. Rhea coming up, pushing Io to the outsides. Grabbing Io. Rhea going back into the middle. Sonny said, I hope you're doing well. It's going to be me, 6 versus Daze Bucket. Sonny, shout out to you, my friends. Oh! What? Headbutt by Rhea, too! Ah! Io jumps off the top. Rhea, I didn't know what she was doing there. But she ended up headbutting her during, like, mid-flight. Was not expecting that. Was not expecting that. So, Io is down. Right now, Rhea is grabbing Io. She's looking for a... Oh, no, riptide, but couldn't get it. That was Stiffsky, said Mario. Picking her up. She's got Io up on her shoulder. On her shoulder. Up in the air. Boom! Razor's edge. And a big boot as well. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Io. Kick out by Io. My God. She did. That was fair. That was legit. Rhea's like, that was 3. You're trying to screw me. She isn't. That was fair. That was fair. I think there's an issue there. Her headpiece, I think, has come out right now. So I think they might have lost communication with Bianca. Right now, she's going for another riptides. She's got Io. She picks her up. Io reverses. Rolls up Rhea. 2. Oh, kick out by Rhea. Bianca looking tense. She's looking tense because these are quite close. Right now, round the back goes Io. Io, round the back goes Rhea. Reversal. Bianca is in the way. Get out the way. Big boot. Bianca goes down. Bianca goes down. Roll up. 1, 2. No joy. Kick coming in there by Rhea. Rhea's going to hit the riptides. We don't have a ref. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no official. You flipping knocked her out the ring. That would have been the moment right there. That would have been the win. Bianca on the outsides. You're screwing me over, says Rhea. You effed up is the chant. Get in here. I think she called her a cow. Bianca gets in. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. She did have plenty of time to recover. Well, who knew that making Bianca guest special referee would be a bad idea? Rhea is looking at Bianca. She's having a go at Bianca here. Oh, Bianca. From behind. Io, take down. Shots coming in. Io going over by the ropes. Bianca is counting away. She grabs Rhea. And you can't go hitting the official. You really could find yourself getting disqualified. So, has she just realised that? Io! Oh! My God. I don't know that we've ever seen a referee get this murked. Now Io drop kicks Bianca. Big shot to the back there by Rhea. She's probably going to hit another riptide, but we still don't have a ref. I'm done. She's done. Bella's been rung. Bianca is done. Double DQ. Double DQ. So, Io Sky is still the women's champion. It's a double DQ. And Rhea's not having that. Rhea's not having that. Oh, big blow! They're brawling on the outsides! Bianca and Rhea are going at it! Oh, Bianca looking Io! So a double DQ in our main event means that Io remains as champion. And of course, this is going to set up the triple threat at WrestleMania. Bianca's in there. She lays out Io. She's on top of Io right now. You might as well just get Adam Pearce coming out. Riptide coming to Bianca. Riptide to Bianca. Boom. Connected. Now a Riptide to Io. Boom. Yeah, I'd bring Adam Pearce out right now and I'd have him make the announcement. Enough! Enough! I can't cope with this anymore. Rhea Ripley, you will get your opportunity at the Women's World title in a triple threat. Doesn't feel like we're getting that, though. Perhaps he'll do that next week as we see the Women's World Championship. But the crowd are chanting one more time. Mate, she could do this all night long. She's going back over, grabbing Bianca by her hair, dragging her. Dragging her. Going over in the corner. Is she going to do a riptide from, like, all the way up there? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let's go. Riptides to Bianca. Boom! Oh my God, Bianca's flipping turned inside out. A monster Riptide. Well, triple threat incoming. Triple threat very much incoming, to the shock of absolutely nobody. William said, did you see that Triple H was on Sunday Brunch? I did. I didn't see it, but I saw that he was on there. Rhea Ripley grabbing that championship, standing in the middle of the ring. Holding up that championship. But that Riptide turned into a split tide, said Opala's Travels. Thanks for 3 weeks in Europe, says Michael Cole. That's one of the best Raws in a while. I'm going to go 7, though. It did need a bit more work. I think there was a lull with the tag match and the AJ Logan segment, but final segment was really good. Really enjoyed that. And the promo at the start was excellent. That was like a segment of the year. I think the Gunther beatdown of Jimmy was a segment of the year as well. So that was exceptional. Yeah, I mean, I think we've had 2 segments of the year on this show. I mean, if you was at this show, and I know many of our community members were, I think you've seen some really, really good there. So, yeah, easily the best Raw on this tour. I think there was definitely some areas of improvement. I'm probably about a 7.5, something like that. About a 7.5. I feel like, yeah, I don't know, perhaps 7. I don't know. I'm not in the 8s. I don't have that 8 vibe. But there was some really good segments here. I suppose the downer is that we knew where that main event was going. We've not ended up getting anywhere we didn't know, but we still got somewhere very satisfactory. Yeah, good. If you'd have offered me this before, I'd have snapped your hand off, honestly. Ninja said, it's weird to me. The matches weren't the best, but the segments were great. Sometimes the segments are going to carry the show. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's the in-ring that just sort of lets it down. So, you know, it was great seeing it was great seeing New Catch Republic and Tyler Bate and everything. But that match with New Day, you lot just said was a good match. Jimmy Gunther, the match you said was a good match. Judgment Day against Penta, Braun, you lot said was just a good match. I don't know how you feel about this main event match, though. Perhaps you enjoyed this a little bit more. But, yeah, I would say that's an area for improvement would be the in-ring. I would say the AJ Logan segment was fine for what it was, but I don't know. It's just that's a feud I don't care for. And the tag match, yeah, I didn't care for. The in-ring with the other matches. This is where the scores are dropping. But, no, I mean, I think you've got 2 big segments there. Definitely 7.5 at least. My only debate is if I would go higher. I'm definitely at least 7.5. Well ahead of where we've been. In your opinion, do you think Dominic needs to stand on his own 2 feet, said Hasib? Well, I was really inspired by his entrance at WrestleMania. So I would actually really like to see him explore that, you know? I don't know that he needs to stand alone. I think him with someone is good for him. It'd be very difficult now to just start making him credible. He has been the person that's needed outside interference to get his wins. So it would be a bit weird to now completely abandon that. But I think we could start moving towards him getting some more wins without help. But there's going to need to still be against the bigger opponents, some assistance there. And I think if we sort of start moving him towards becoming a bit more credible, I mean, in a few years' time, it could be that he is just able to get victories on his own and be able to, think about how much he's grown over the past few years in regards to since he turned heel and the heat that he gets. I mean, he's very comfortable with talking on the microphone. His work in ring is fine. I mean, I can't really name you too many banging Dominic matches, but he certainly doesn't go out there and look like someone that's only got limited experience. So, he looks like someone and feels like someone that belongs, which is credit to him. So, yeah, I think there's work to be done there. I think we're still very early in the journey of Dominic, but I can't say that he's ready to just completely go off on his own. I would sort of wean him off assistance. But you're still going to need some when he goes up against the bigger names. But, put him in there with some of the lower level talent. He should be able to get wins against those guys on his own now. 9. Holiday said, heel Gunther could be generational. This is what Gunther needs. We were talking earlier about how, for me, Gunther is just lacking a little bit because he's not been on the main roster that long. I think a lot of people would say his heavyweight championship run has been a little bit mid. And, if you think about how amazing he was down in developmental, I don't know that we've seen all of that on the main roster. Down in developmental, every Gunther match would bang. We've actually had a bit of a run where some of the Gunther matches haven't been all that great. And that's kind of what makes him special, is that when that bell rings, he's one of the very best on the main roster. But he needs to show a bit more than that. And so I think, this is where moments like what we saw this week is going to really add to his aura. He needs these moments. These are moments that are going to elevate him. This doesn't just elevate the story. You are correct. It elevates him as well. More of these kinds of segments dotted throughout the rest of the year going forwards. They're just going to... And hopefully he keeps getting wins. And if he does lose, it's only very rarely... or it's, due to some outside distraction or something. Like, if we can protect him, it's all right if he gets the odd loss. If he loses to Jay at WrestleMania, he's not buried. But then I hope he goes on a hell of a run after that if he does lose to Jay. He's a very special talent. And you are right, segments like this are always going to build him up. But that's what makes him entertaining. Acknowledge Tonga Loa, said Austin. Brian said Gunther has been a bit bland and boring before tonight. He'll lose to Jay at Mania, and so it won't elevate him for long. Well, I think we know if he loses at Jay that, that's really Jay's story, not Gunther's story. It's difficult with wrestling because it's right for Jay to overcome this. I mean, look, Jay's the superstar for the kids, yeah? The kids like Jay. Yeah, they dress up as him, they wear the glasses, they love yeeting, and there's adults that do that as well, but it's predominantly for kids, right? And if you like Jay, I'm not being disrespectful, I promise, right? I like Jay, but, I'm not sat here with a yeet shirt and yeet glasses and yeeting away, right? It's that for me is more like a kid thing. It's a family thing. And it's, I get sent clips of kids doing it and babies doing it and dogs doing it and that kind of stuff, So if you like Jay, brilliant. I promise I'm not throwing any shade. I like him, but I think that if Gunther loses, this is Jay's story, really, for him to overcome Gunther, become a world champion, and, for the kids to have that moment and their guy's going to do it and all that kind of stuff. And certainly now he needs revenge for the beatdown that Jimmy has just suffered. So it's one of those where if Gunther loses, it's not so much shade on Gunther, it's more well done, Jay, really. It's not Gunther, you weren't good enough. It was, well done, Jay, you are of that level. Gunther's beaten Jay many times, though, so we know that Gunther's of that level. It's one of those where they could face 10 times. Gunther's not going to win all 10. He might win 8 at WrestleMania. I think it's going to be one of those rare occasions where Jay is able to get the victory. Does it lower Gunther's stock much? No. I really don't think it does. You can't be so protected that you're never going to lose. I mean, you're going to pick up occasional losses. It's just if you do suffer a loss, can you bounce back with a real good run? So for me, if Gunther's going to lose this title, he needs to have a real good program all the way up to SummerSlam. And he needs to ultimately win that program. And he needs to make sure that he's keeping his name in contention. And honestly, he might even get the belt back by SummerSlam or get the belt back at the end of the year. I don't know that Jay's having a crazy long run. He could do. But we all know that it's really in the chase, isn't it? As soon as the babyface gets the belt, that's when you start to see people kind of turn a little bit on the babyface. We've seen it with Cody. You know, everyone was like, we want Cody, behind Cody. As soon as Cody gets the belt, then you start seeing people kind of complaining, and there's a bit of an anti-Cody sentiment, and the matches aren't... Well, the matches were good, but the creative's not good enough, and blah, 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 all that stuff. The money is in the chase. So getting Jay to the title is where the money is. Once he's got the belt, it's tricky. It becomes hard. So it could be that Jay gets to the title and maybe doesn't have the longest of title reigns. And Gunther may end up getting that title back. Or Jay could get there and it just might all click and it might really work and it might be brilliant. I don't know. I sense they'll give him a shot. They'll give him a run. But I will be surprised if Jay is still champion by the end of the year, if the run has been that long for him, you know, as champion. I could see him losing it at SummerSlam. I could definitely see him losing it at SummerSlam. Maybe back to Gunther. So, but yeah, I expect Jay to win. My son and I were playing catch yesterday. He ran a route, turned, raised his hand and yeeted. And he doesn't even watch wrestling. You are right. The kids are all over it. Yeah, I think like it's one of those where it's hard to kind of put into words how big this can become. I mean, at school, you know, the kids can be like, and I'm not talking 16-year-olds. I'm talking youngsters, you know, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds. Like, you know, you can be yeets. Do it like that. The kids can copy it. Like, it's so powerful that, you know, it's so powerful. It's a bit like, do you remember when we were kids running around, crotch chopping? Yeah. Suck it. How many teachers got told to suck it? Yeah. Like, it's really powerful if you've got that sort of hand gesture, catchphrase. We saw it with Daniel Bryan and like what that did for him. I mean, it's kind of like a key part, really. If you can put these pieces in place, it's a key part to really get you to a whole different level. WWE know that. WWE know that. They know what they're doing. I remember distinctly when I saw Jay coming down doing this for the first time, and I was like, they're really trying to get that over. They're really trying to get that hand thing over. I distinctly remember saying that. And I'm not nothing special. I'm sure many of you were thinking the same at the exact same time, right? But it was so obvious that that was a thing that they were trying to get people to do. And, well, I mean, Jesus, fast forward to where we are now and think of all the examples now of people doing it in arenas all around the world. I mean, it worked. They did it. And, you know, it's something a bit fun for people to do at live shows. People around the world see it. Clips of people doing their impressions. If someone's going to do a Jey Uso impression, you're going to do that and you're going to say yeet. I mean, it's just part of his presentation in his character now. And the kids pick up on that. And they can do it themselves, and it's something to do at home. And I think it's really powerful, that is. And it kind of, we saw it with LA Knight. LA Knight's catchphrase is really, you know, the yeah. LA Knight, yeah. And so, nah. Like, all of that stuff, like, really, he was, you know, and he's still got some momentum, but he had crazy buzz. And I do think the catchphrase played a big part in that. So, catchphrases, hand gestures, they're worth their weight in gold if you can, you know, whoop that trick down in NXT. Yeah, it's a really, you know, one for the kids. But if there's adults out there that like him, yeah, brilliant. I get it. You know, he's colourful. He's fun. He's a good guy. He strikes me as a good guy. He's the kind of guy that you want to see succeed. I get that vibe. I want him to succeed. I don't feel any hatred towards Jay. I'm like, yeah, he seems like a nice guy. Family guy. I hope he does it, you know. But there's other people that are like, nah, he's no good in the ring. It's not the kind of person I want to watch. And I can understand that as well. Like, I can understand people with that impression as well. Like, yeah, nah, not for me. I'm like, yeah, okay, I can get that. But, I don't know, you know, it is what it is, and we'll see how it all plays out, but I very much expect him to be new champion at WrestleMania. Daze, it hadn't felt like WrestleMania build because Tonga Loa was injured. That was it. And hit the nail on the heads. If he was around, could have been WrestleMania season much longer before. Daze, do we think the Logan Connor cancellation had nothing to do with Logan getting pushed? It's just Connor can't be bothered to fight, so we don't need to worry about Logan being world champion. So that, well, it wasn't Logan, wasn't it? Wasn't it Jake? Was it Jake? Or was Logan doing it? I thought it was Jake and... No, it was Jake and Canelo, wasn't it? Was it Logan and Connor, Jake and Canelo? Well, either way, I had heard that he was going to be doing stuff, and that stuff seems to have fallen through. So this does feel a little bit last minute, doesn't it? His feud with AJ. There's no real story to it, and yeah, I don't know. It's a bit throwaway. I don't feel sorry for AJ because it's a high profile opponent. You know, he has got a lot of social media followers, but I mean, listen, Ricochet has faced Logan before. It didn't do a great deal for Ricochet. So I sort of feel like it's a big high profile match for AJ. It's going to get attention, but I don't know really that it means much once the match is done, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know how much that matters though. I don't think it's going to add to AJ's legacy. And I don't know that it's going to bring a load of new fans to AJ. I just think, like most things on the internet, it's very fickle. It's very here and now. Everyone's really busy. They just want to be entertained in the moment. They don't really think any more than that. And so it's a big match for AJ. He's going to be at WrestleMania. He's going to take on Logan. And once it's done, that's it. I don't think it really sticks around. I don't think it really means anything. I don't think it adds to his legacy. So I sort of feel sorry for him in that regard. You know, if he was facing, say, Gunther, and they were going to put on a 5-star match, that would add to his legacy. That would add to, you know, we would look back as it being one of the great AJ Styles matches. I don't think he's going to do a 5-star match with Logan. I think we've seen enough Logan matches to know that it's going to be good. It's going to be well received. It's probably going to be 3, 7, 5, 4 stars, something like that. It's still going to be a good match, but it's not going to be top tier, top draw, one of those matches that defines your career. I'm not expecting, it could be, I suppose, but I'm not expecting that. So I'm a bit torn on it because it does feel last minute. I do feel a bit sorry for AJ. I do think he could be having a high-profile match that runs the chance or stands the chance of being 5 stars and being something that really sticks around. Whereas I think this is here today, gone tomorrow when you face Logan. But it should still be a lot of attention and it should still be a decent match. You will get a decent match out of Logan. Logan works hard. He doesn't want to have bad matches. I respect that about him. He'll work hard here to make sure he's pulling his end of the bargain. And, you know, they could cook up something really fun. So, but my gut feeling as I'm sitting here is that it won't be anything that really adds to AJ's legacy. I think, are we caught up with comments and bits? Daze, I got another controversial comment to be made. Hear me out. Macho Man Randy Savage has never been in a good match and was never entertaining. Okay. I mean, controversial is correct. I think Macho Man is regarded as one of the all-time greats. I think his resume speaks for itself, to be honest. Aubrey said, is there an Opula's Travels Creator wrestler? I want to download it and beat the ish out of it with Macho Man, said Aubrey. Amelia said, Daze, should Andre the Giant Battle Royal return to WrestleMania kickoff? Could they remove former wrestlers who won the Andre Trophy? Could they remove former wrestlers who won the Andre Trophy? I don't know what you mean by that last bit. They should bring back the Andre thing to the kickoff show. I think we should get matches on the kickoff show. I have to watch the kickoff show just in case something happens, and nothing ever does. So I would much rather get a big match on the kickoff show. I don't know why we don't do that. I don't know what the thinking is. Unless we're just going to use this to really convince people. Perhaps it's a case of like a match won't convince people to tune into WrestleMania. A kickoff show match won't convince people to buy the thing. But maybe talking about it, talking about the stories, showing the video packages, giving our thoughts on who's going to win, what's at stake, really digging into the stories and the characters. That might get people to, oh, well, I want to see that now. And I wonder if that's the thinking. The only downside is we watch the shows. We know the builds. We know the characters. So for us, it would be great if we had a match on the kickoff show, you know? So I would like to see that return to a kickoff show, yes. Men's on one night. Women. Name the women's one after someone. They were going to name it after the Fabulous Moolah. Name it after someone else. Name it after someone else. I mean, like, I don't know who. I don't know who you want to name it after. Name it after flipping, I don't know, Mae Young. I know she had a tournament, but I'll give her that. If you can't name it after the Fabulous Moolah, name it after Mae Young. Name it after, I don't know, China, if you are so inclined. I think that would be well received. I know that she did naughty films. But I think, you know, the China Women's Royal Rumble would be pretty well received, to be honest. So one for the women, one for the men, and winner gets a title opportunity. Make it mean something as well. Make it mean something. Winner gets a title opportunity. I don't know what title, I don't know when. You could tweak around with that, but it needs to be something more than just the flipping trophy. So yeah, I'd bring it back. AJ deserves a WrestleMania moment, said David. Hopefully they can find one. China would be perfect, said Austin. Wendy said, yeah, I was thinking Wendy. I wouldn't mind Wendy Richter being honoured. The Michelle McCall over the top battle royal, said Brian. Lisa said, if Jay does win the bout, how long do you think the run will be? I don't think it'll be long, to be honest with you, buds. I don't think it'll be a long run. I don't think it would be long because I think he's got a lot of support from kids and people that are rooting for him to, go on, Jay, do it. I want you to do it. But once he does it, there is a natural sort of relief and release of kind of, I don't know, then all of a sudden the frailties start to show themselves a bit more. For example, I love Sammy, right? But I know that Sammy is not the next Roman. He's not the next Cody. He's not the next face of the company. And so for me, that doesn't matter. I just want to see him achieve his dream. And really, once that dream's achieved, well, it's kind of job done, really. So Sammy's run does not need to be anything epic. It doesn't need to be anything, really huge. He just needs the belt. He just needs it to tick the box and say that he was a former world champion. And then, you know, if he starts to have a long run, then those kind of issues of, you know, he's maybe not the biggest guy. He is someone that has great matches, has great promos, but he doesn't always have the crowd on his side. I sort of feel like the great thing with Sami is that you can put him in a situation where the crowd will cheer for him and he will have the crowd on his side. But there's times where he'll come out and it's like, he's sort of like, oh, here's Sami. Sami's here. And the crowd are behind him, but it's not that passionate, you know what I mean? It's not the same kind of support behind Sami. That connection with the fans is good. It's strong. But it can be stronger. And some of that is down to creative, really. Some of that is down to creative. But I sort of feel like with Sami, he's great on the mic. He's great in the ring. His entrance music's fine. He's always turned up to 11. He always gives his all. This is why I love him. There does feel like there's a certain X factor that's missing with him for him to be. And if he had that certain X factor, he would already have been a world champion. But there is a certain something missing. I think he just comes across as a little bit too much like the guy next door. Rather than being a superstar that's undeniable, he does sort of come across as just the guy next door. And I don't mind that. That does not bother me. Because, do you know what? The guy next door can achieve his dreams as well. If the guy next door puts the work in that Sami has put in. Don't need him to be champ for a long time. But I would love to see him achieve his dream. And I think the same is sort of true of Jay. Jay has got a stronger connection with the fans. He isn't quite guy next door, right? So he doesn't really have that. Might be why he's got a stronger connection. Like the guy next door to me don't look like, there ain't no one in my street looking like Jey Uso, right? With his kind of outlandish, you know, he's very Miami in his vibe, isn't he? Perhaps there's loads of Jey Usos in Miami. I can tell you there are not many in Telford, right? Walking around with those kind of shades and the yeet in and, you know, he's a cool looking dude. And, you know, no offense, Telford. I mean, there's not that many cool looking dudes hanging around Telford. So I could probably find a few Sami Zayns. But I'm going to struggle to find some Jey Usos. And he gives off like quite like Miami Vice vibes with his shirt and his shades and all that kind of stuff. And as a result, he feels like a bit of a superstar. He feels like someone that you would notice if he walked in a room. If Sami walks into a room, you wouldn't really notice. If Jay walks into a room, you notice. So for me, like, I have no problem with Jay getting it. He's got that stronger connect. But the problem with Jay is the in-ring's nowhere near as good. His in-ring's nowhere near as good. Sami is a better in-ring singles performer than Jay. No hesitation with that. No doubt about that. So I don't know that if Jay gets it, that there's going to be that same passion for him to keep it. I think it's dream achieved, tick, and on we go. I think WWE would like to make it work, though. I mean, they'd like for him to be a champion and be someone that sells a lot of merch and sells tickets and all of that stuff. I do just wonder if there will be a drastic sort of drop-off in the support after he becomes champion. It'll take a little while. There'll be a honeymoon. But eventually, will people start noticing a little more that the in-ring isn't there as a single star? Or maybe the in-ring gets flipping better. Perhaps because he's a great tag wrestler. But as a singles guy, it's not been worked out yet. It just doesn't feel like it's there. But maybe it clicks. And if it does click, what does that mean? What does that mean? Where do we end up then? Maybe we have got a monster star on our hands. He's a pretty monster star as it is, to be honest. But, yeah, interesting. Who would take it off, Jay? Could be Gunther. Could be Finn. Could be Sami. Some people wondering if Sami might turn heel and go after Jay. And we do Jay versus heel Sami. But Gunther would have to be in the conversation. Obviously, we would have a draft after WrestleMania. So it could be anyone from SmackDown as well. So it wouldn't just be limited to those that are on Raw at the moment. I think Carrion should be in the mix. I think a Carrion feud against a champion Jay would be excellent. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. Days, call it the China Memorial Battle Royal and the winner gets a title shot at SummerSlam. Might have to be before that because the King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring winners get the SummerSlam one. So maybe you could do it for Backlash, or maybe you could do it for Money in the Bank. Something like that. But yes, I love that. China Memorial Battle Royal. I think people would be really on board with that. Days, we need Opera Travels against Tommy Toy Travel. Oh, we need to announce the winner. I'm so glad that I didn't forget that. I was sort of sat here like, there's Summit. There is Summit. Right, well, with 849 votes. A lot of votes, actually, that. I can reveal, and it's by quite a distance as well. The winner, the person that is going to go into the Hall of Fame for March, A.B. Jobson. Well done. A. Jobson, A.B. Jobson. Many congratulations. Well done to everyone that was in the poll. I have no doubt all of those will end up going in at some point. Some of those names we've seen quite a few times in polls before, and I'm sure we will see in polls in the future as well. But it is A.B. Jobson, A. Jobson, that goes into the Hall of Fame, and I'm really pleased about that. A. Jobson, A.B. Jobson is someone that joins us on, I think, all of our streams. Certainly contributes a lot to the UFC streams if you join us on those. And always around, joining in with the championship games, an ever-present member. And to be honest with you, I think that's probably why they've managed to get as many votes as they have. 46, nearly 50% of the vote going to A.B. Jobson. So very much deserved, and many, many congratulations. So yeah, well done, my friends. Well done. You'll have to send me a picture and a little acceptance speech, which I can read out for you. Maybe later in the week. Let me get back. I don't know if A.B. Jobson's around on this stream. There he is. There he is. A. Jobson. Sometimes it's this account. Sometimes it's A.B. Jobson. But well done, my friends. Yeah, feel free to ping no rush, but ping me an image over. I'll get it in the video, and I'll get a little thing, little acceptance speech read out. Opera said, "Let's be fair. With my views and opinions, chances of being in Hall of Fame are near to nil." Well, I would say that because of your views and opinions, people are aware of you, bud. So you've certainly got awareness on your side. Maybe a short face turn for a little bit might win you, get you in people's good books. Then you can get into the hall, and then boom, go back to being a heel, because you are a heel. Is A. Jobson Jekyll and A.B. Jobson Hyde? That is exactly how it goes. Where's the confetti? I don't know that I've got it queued up, actually. Is it this? Oh, it might be. There it is. Hey, there it is. Look at that. Look at that. Is that what? I can't even remember what that's left over from. Was that left over from last time? I don't know. I just saw a little thing there that said media source. And I was like, I don't actually know what that is. But it was the confetti. Yes. And what I love about this is it's quite long. I think there's confetti that, oh, look more. Where does that come from? Is it up here? No. Oh, look at that. Yeah, man. Okay. And then where does this one come from? Okay, so that goes down. Here we go. We all think it's gone. Boom! Boom! Look at this. It's like flipping Vegas. Absolutely incredible. All of this to celebrate AB Jobson. AB Jobson, you finished the story. I got more of a chance of wrestling Gunther than being in the Hall of Fame, said Hasib. Well, I don't know, Hasib. You're on the streams a lot, but sharing a lot of thoughts. I think you got a good chance. Hannah, shout out to you. Christopher, shout out to you. Kim Strange, shout out to you. Lily White, shout out to you as well. Oh my God, look. Oh my God, I thought we were done. I was literally about to say, right, that's it, but look at this. It's going flipping crazy. It is really raining down. This is mass celebration for AB Jobson. So let's end this poll whilst... I don't know if you can... I am still here. I don't know if you can see me. Jesus. Rhea versus... There it is. There we go. Hey. I was here all along. Okay, so boom, 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 boomer. So 5:14. Oh, it did get a great rate in that main event. Very good. Okay, I'm going to run away then and start working on Unseen and stuff. Yes, very good. Right, thank you for joining us. I know this was early. Obviously, Raw has had a bit of disruption because of the European tour. We are done now, though. So, SmackDown is going to be back to normal on Friday. Raw is going to be back to normal next week. We're back again tomorrow for NXT at the usual time. Of course, we got Evolve coming up as well. Loads of things on the way. Yeah, that was a pretty juicy episode of Raw, and it was much needed as well. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.